discussion regarding contract Martin Middle School principal pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1. And then we will consider and vote on a motion to adjourn and reconvene into open session. Motion.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Mr. Chonis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And I'll note that pursuant to Rhode Island General Law Call the public session to order. We could stand for Pledge of Allegiance. A moment of silence. We'll remember the Barilla family as we do. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll point out that there were no votes taken in executive other than the 5-0 vote to return to executive. I will entertain a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 4246-4 and 5.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Jonas. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And before we go, we did have our HR department put together a bio for our friend, Mr. Barilla. Peter Barilla, Jr. He began working for the East Providence School Department February of 1998. Started as a custodian for Silver Spring and Grove Avenue Elementary Schools. He eventually became custodian at Martin Middle School, where he worked until January of 2000. In January, he moved to maintenance department as a carpenter. He worked as a carpenter for 16 years until he became assistant director of facilities in April 2016. In the course of his 24 years with the school department, working in various schools, he made an impression on both students and staff. Peter never entered a room He never entered a room without a smile. His kind demeanor was always a welcome sight. He cared very much about the students and staff and was always willing to lend a helping hand for whatever needed to be done. Words cannot express the impact of such a loss. He will be greatly missed. Perspective. Excuse me. Next item, please.
The next item is student liaison Grant Wozencroft.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
We are now entering the month of March. That means that winter sports are coming to a close and spring sports are just heating up. The Townies girls basketball team had an amazing season this year. They won the Division II regular season championship, going undefeated in league play. The team qualified for the state tournament, where they advanced to the Elite Eight before losing in overtime to Cranston West. We congratulate Coach Lambert on being honored as the Division II Coach of the Year. The boys basketball team also had a strong season, securing a playoff spot in the Division I playoffs after going 11-7 during the regular season. Their record helped to qualify them for the state tournament. This year marks the 5th year in the last 6 years that the boys basketball team has qualified for the 16-team state tournament. The Townies wrestling team went undefeated in the Division II competition and won the regular season championship. They finished second in the state division tournament. Over at Riverside Middle School, Joseph Vitolo won the middle school state championship at the 205-pound weight class. For Townie gymnastics, seniors Haley Kaiser, Haley Massa, and sophomore Mackenzie Botello qualified for the state competition. Our competitive cheer team finished second in Rhode Island in the Rhode Island Coaches Association Invitational and are primed for a successful finish in the state tournament next week. We wish them luck as they continue to represent Townie pride across the state. Moving into club news, at the high school, the class of 2023 is holding a fundraising event at the IHOP at 75th Highland Avenue on March 10th from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock p.m. All one has to do is mention that you are with the class of 2023 at East Providence High School, and 25% of the proceeds will go towards class events. It is highly encouraged that as many people as possible participate. I can forward information to anyone here if they are interested in that. The Genders and Sexualities Alliance, or GSA, hosts weekly meetings for all students on Thursdays. Jordan Pereira, one of the club's leaders and a senior at East Providence High School, has said that the meetings have been an important space for their members to have somewhere they can be who they are. Different activities are planned each week, and bigger projects are being discussed for the community, such as their first fashion show. In other news, the Townie newspaper has recently decided on its name, The Townie, and is gearing up to launch its website soon. There are several writers and journalists drafting stories, including an athlete profile, a local restaurant review, and a behind-the-scenes look at all the work that goes into creating the district's school meals. The Young Democrats Club is going to be hosting guest speakers in the coming weeks and months. More information will be released by the club for those interested when official dates are confirmed. The high school also has some important upcoming events to look forward to. On March 25th, from 7 o'clock to 9:30 p.m., the Student Council, in league with the Committee for School, Climate, and Culture, is holding a spring dance. This dance will be casual dress and open to EPHS students only. The 6th Annual Unified Championship Schools Plunge, or the Polar Plunge, is back with COVID-19 trends down. This event is being held on Saturday, March 19th at Roger Wheeler State Beach in Narragansett. Our school resource officers are helping to organize the event with EPHS students. On Thursday, band and chorus students from the middle school will arrive at the high school to rehearse for their upcoming collaborative concert next week. They'll be practicing from 9 o'clock to 12:30 during the school day. The high school guidance department will be meeting with students to discuss the program of studies and course selections for the 2022 and 2023 academic year. School counselors will be meeting with students during their English classes. I will end tonight by announcing that the EPLAC Awards will be hosted soon. In order to submit a nomination, the criteria must be followed and the nomination must be submitted before the deadline of March 30th. Thank you. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Next item, please.
The next item is the consent agenda with communications, correspondence, homeschool requests, and approval of minutes for the February 8, 2022 executive session school committee meeting and open session school committee meeting, and the February 7, 2022 building committee meeting.
Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion to accept.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Chonas. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
The next item is PTO, PTA, EPLAC reports.
Good evening, everyone. This month at the East Providence Local Advisory Committee meeting, which was held on Wednesday, February 16th at 6 p.m. via Zoom, we would like to share with you a few recognitions from parents and staff. Tell us something good, we're calling it. Myself, Mary Nascimento, recognized Dana Broden and Kristen Krudelikis for their continued support of our kids. Tim Conley had run a Challenger basketball league for many years, and our kids loved it. Tim had stepped down, and we were in need of someone to take over this wonderful program. After talking to Coach Dana and Coach Cootie one day about our dilemma, they both said, "We will do it," volunteering their time Thursday nights at Myron Francis for about 10 weeks. I cannot say enough about these two coaches and how they work with the kids. Some nights you would come to pick up your child, and all you could hear was blaring music. You walk into the gym and see all these kids having so much fun, laughing, dancing, singing, playing basketball, and having lots of social interactions with their peers. And of course, Coach Cootie dancing and singing away. Sometimes I wondered who was having more fun. We need more people like this. All I can say is thank you for all you do. Our next recognition was from Waddington Elementary School. Miss Bergeron would like to recognize a para from Waddington in Mrs. Peralt's 3 to 5 self-contained class, Rose Zaremka. She has been going above and beyond to make sure her son and his other classmates had a smooth school year with all of the odd days off and PDs. She's been a consistent help and always goes out of her way to make the kids have a good day. So, with saying that, those were the two wonderful recognitions we had. Also, thank you, Grant, for mentioning the EPLAC recognition, which will be held on May 18th at the East Providence High School cafeteria. We are still looking for nominations. I have uploaded the form to Facebook on EPLAC's Facebook page, but if anyone needs a form emailed to them, the email is eplac@epschoolsri.com. The deadline is March 30th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you give me one of those forms? I'm not on Facebook.
Next item, please.
The next item is public comments 1, agenda items.
So I'll probably mess up some of these names. We should probably put on the form print only.
Print.
So, and I believe Robert Brady? Is that? Brady? I'm sorry. Robert Brady. Yes, okay, yeah, Robert Brady. Thank you, sir.
I've been before you on previous
I
occasions.
thought so,
Nice
yeah.
of you to remember.
Yeah, I thought it was Brady, but it kind of looked like a no, so thank you.
So, Mr. Montero, I am here with a fairly significant contingent of people who have wanted to voice their adamant opposition to naming the stadium Townie Stadium has been proposed by Ms. Bouchain. These folks, and by the way, just so it's clear how many people are opposed to it, I would ask just for a show of hands of those people that are in the audience that are in fact opposed to naming this stadium the Townie Stadium. So the overwhelming majority. The reason that have been made known to me as their objection is that a stadium or a field, stadium is made up of fields, a stadium or a field is more appropriately named after someone who has contributed significantly to the athletic program, to the school, and to the community. We believe that the facility should be named after Bill Stringfellow. I brought this to the board's attention before. We believe that the stadium or the field, which is a part of the stadium, should be named the Stringfellow Field, the home of the Townies. And I think that's more appropriate, the home of the Townies as opposed to Townie Stadium. We had hoped to have that particular issue on the agenda tonight, but we were denied access to the agenda without explanation. And so the process that this committee is going through in terms of how they are going to name, if they're going to name the stadium or the field after anyone, I think quite clearly is flawed. My experience at the college level was that when a field or a particular facility is going to be named in memory of someone, generally that person has passed. I can't think of a single stadium that is named for anyone that is still alive. So it's generally something that is done in memoriam. And so we believe that the appropriate person, and this is not a competition, this should not be confrontational, this should not be divisive, but we believe that the stadium or the field should more appropriately be named after the person who gave 33 years of his life to the school, was coached only in East Providence, had 6 championships either as the assistant coach or as the head coach, sat as the athletic director for a number of years, and generally was well respected and well loved by many, many people here in town. We believe that the board should give due consideration to that nomination, and quite frankly, we ask each and every one of the members of the committee to act independently, to do their history or check the history and look at the people who should more appropriately be considered for having a name to the stadium. And we ask that these board members individually and independently make up their own minds, that they do not just go along in order to get along. And so we're asking those particular committee members to do just that. This board has a unique opportunity here at this point in time to do something that will have a long-term effect. I would suggest that this committee will be remembered if they do the right thing, in my opinion. This committee will be remembered for having done the right thing, as opposed to having an opportunity to do the right thing and passing. It's for those reasons we are asking, not only are we adamantly objecting to the naming of the stadium, the Townie Stadium, but we are asking this board to give due consideration to naming the stadium after the longest tenured high school football coach in East Providence history, which is Bill Stringfellow. And I'd ask this board, from a procedural perspective, I'm not sure that the board can take a vote on that tonight, but I would think that a motion could be made to amend the agenda item and have a vote on that particular item, or give us the opportunity, since we were denied the opportunity to be on the agenda tonight, even though we did so, we made the request in a timely manner. We're asking the committee to, A, turn down the request that this facility, this terrific facility, be named the Townie Stadium, because it really doesn't give due recognition to those that came before. And that we be given the opportunity to have a vote on whether or not it should be named after Bill Stringfellow. This should not be a divisive issue. This is not a competition between individuals, not at all. Because at the bottom, at the end of it all, we are all townies. And we're asking that one townie be given greater consideration for no other reason. He does not have an area of the stadium named after him, which is, his name is going to be on that tower, which is supposed to recognize all coaches who have come before. And quite frankly, from my own personal, this is not necessarily on behalf of the people that asked me to talk, but from my own personal observations, I don't know why this committee can't historically look back and say, okay, here are the people that belong on that tower. So you have Jim Deffley, who had 4 state championships. You had George Poley, who was the soccer coach. He made soccer in East Providence. He had so many state championships while the coach. And yet, it seems like somebody has to come forward and say, let's put George Poley's name on that tower or whatever it's going to be called. So I think, as I say, I think that the process that this committee is handling is flawed, and it can't be corrected, and you have an opportunity to do that tonight. And so I'm asking, on behalf of those that have asked me to speak, that you give due consideration to naming the stadium after Bill Stringfall, or the field after Bill Stringfall. I know that there are other people here who want to speak on this issue. I do not speak for them. They are more than capable of speaking for themselves. And I appreciate the committee giving me the time to voice their objections and their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is, and again, Michael DiPolito. Right. Michael DiPolito?
No,
second?
Ippolito,
I-
I-A-P-O.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
okay.
All right, so, oh, okay, you thought it was a sign-in sheet. Okay, sir. So this is speaker, so that may be the case. So I have, it looks like an O'Neill. I don't know if that's anyone. Mike Whittet,
Might be a sign-in sheet.
Kathleen Rooney, Kevin Rooney.
Yes, he's coming, Joel.
Okay. Is that Mr. Whittet?
As you heard, my name is Mike Whittet. I'm a lifelong townie. I've lived in Ward 3 since 1974. I'm here to state that, as my colleague said, we are strongly opposed to the idea of Townie Field, and we are looking forward to naming the stadium Bill's honor, Coach Stringfellow. And everything else he said. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I have Kathleen Rooney and Kevin Rooney. I think it's, so again, maybe just thought it was a sign-in. So if that's the case, I'll just keep going through the list. Bill Stringfellow. Mike Quigley. Bill, okay, I'm sorry.
Good evening. Good evening to the board. I hadn't planned on speaking. I too had thought it was a sign-in sheet. But on behalf of my family and friends and the alumni that I grew up with, my dad was a townie. My dad believed in townie pride. He and Mr. Martin, Dr. Ramos, Mr. Dalmatian, the people that went before all of us, that laid the foundation for what we all are proud to call townies. I wasn't going to speak, but because the family is not involved in pushing for this. I don't want any misunderstanding. This is being driven by a group of young men that my dad had the privilege of coaching, and I had the privilege of serving them water and cleaning their cleats and hanging around the gym and just being a kid in awe of these. At that time, we called them young men. Now I call them younger men. But my dad was a townie. My mother, she came from Providence and went to Bayview, and my father made those comments. He wouldn't hold that against her, but she became part of it. They became a thing for the children. When he was the basketball coach at Central Junior High School, before he was athletic director, those young individuals would come to the house and be part of the family. And with 7 children, and a school teacher's pay, and a mother who didn't work, I don't know how he did it. I don't know how we do it today in this economy that we're all part of. But no matter how this turns out, Townie pride is alive in this city and in these young men who've spread out and gone to other parts of the country. My dad belongs to be part of this new stadium, this field, because he's part of the foundation that laid it for the people that are going to come after him. People come after all of us, and we have to make the right decisions to make their path simpler. Mr. Brady, Mr. Rooney, Mr. Quigley, Mr. Whitted, Mike DiPolito, I can't thank you enough as honoring members of the Stringfellow family. And please, don't lose track that the family's pushing this because we're not. I want armed distance. I want my father's memory to be as proud tomorrow as it is today, and it is. My dad is well respected for what he did because he did it right, and he did it without politics. He did it in a belief that the person he was coaching, he had an obligation to make him stronger at the end of the day as a person and as a player. So God bless you all, and thank you for listening. And please, Mr. Brady and Mr. Rooney, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Stringfellow, your mother must have been a great woman. I'm a Bayview grad as well.
Mr. Quigley?
Good evening. Thank you for having me here again. I was here before. I'm a proud graduate, like many of the people here from the class of 1974. Most school spirit. There's no greater influence other than my father on my life than Coach Stringfellow. I said that the last time. I said that when I was asked to give his eulogy, and I feel very strongly about that. My career as a teacher and a coach, while not at this school, was tremendously influenced by Mr. Stringfellow. I have written, and I hope I pronounce your name correctly, to Ms. Beauchesne, both through email and a letter. And one of the points that I tried to raise in that, and I can't say much more than Mr. Brady did, he was very eloquent. One of the points that I tried to raise, and I know that there's a fear on the part of the committee that someday people won't know who Mr. Stringfellow is. Well, the greatest thing about being a townie is that it's a community, and you learned who these people were. I went to Alice M. Waddington High School, elementary school. I had no idea who Alice M. Waddington was, but my mother and my aunts quickly instructed me as to who she was. And I think if you want to continue the sense of community that we've always had here in East Providence, and something that we're very proud of, to name the stadium after the ultimate townie is a great way to do it. And people could be further educated about their city and their town and the people that made it up and what happened here. I know I'm sounding like an old history teacher, but that's what I am. And I just, on a personal perspective, I listened to you, the chairman, speak very emotionally about a gentleman, and I think that many of us here would feel the same way about Coach Stringfellow. I know I would. And I would just hope that the committee would seriously consider naming the stadium after him. And again, I thank you for your time, and roll Townies.
Thank you. So again, I recognize that some of these names may have just been signing in. So we have Mary Rooney, and there's another Rooney right after that. So take those as sign-ins. Patricia and Chris Pearson. That's another Kathy Rooney. Elizabeth Almasian.
Good evening. I don't think I could say anything any better than Mr. Brady did. His speech encompassed everything that I think a good number of us are feeling this evening. I would personally like to express my opposition to the process of how the name is being chosen. And I would ask that each member of the board stop and ask or look at how my father's name got put on the outside wall of this auditorium. Did they not both give over 30 years of their lives to the education and enrichment of the children of East Providence? Like Mr. Brady said, this isn't a contest. This isn't about who was better at what. This is about honoring the memory of those who I feel were trailblazers, to put the number of years and hard work into the education of so many young people. I think to not, or to fail to honor their memory is, I don't understand how you can name some parts of a building after some people, but then want to generalize one area of it. And I really am posing that question to all of you. So by all means, if someone can enlighten me, I'm all ears. So I'm going to leave that to you. If someone could please tell me why one part of a building can be named after an individual, but another part can't be. It's got to be generalized. Everybody knows East Providence and townies go together. I didn't appreciate the role of a teacher until I left practicing law to teach for 14 years. I would still be teaching if it hadn't been for sustaining an injury after I had cancer, okay? And it happened while I was teaching. I would be there in a heartbeat, but I've lost the use of my right arm to a great extent, so I can no longer teach. There is nothing more important than what my father did, what every educator does. And to bypass or to overlook memorializing a person who gave not only his time, his life. And I don't even want to call it a profession because it's not, it was an extension of his family, his children, his wife. So please, by all means, tell me why. Why would you overlook honoring someone's memory because I don't know why. I mean, please, somebody explain that to me. The auditorium is named after my father. He didn't do any more than what Mr. Stringfellow did. He just did things a little differently. He didn't coach after school. If anything, after doing what they've done, I think it took more energy to be on the field for so many hours afterwards with the children, because keeping students on track is much more draining than doing paperwork. So please, by all means, I'd like to know why.
So
I don't have the answer. I think my mic is dead. This is the
Click
first
that.
time I got a dead mic. Can people hear me?
click that over.
All of a sudden, my mic died. It's never died before, but it died tonight. I don't have the answer. I don't have your answer, and I didn't put this item on the agenda, okay? Ms. Beauchesne put the item on the agenda, so if maybe Ms. Beauchesne should answer it. But I have some of the same questions, and I'll reserve some of my remarks until later, because right now we want the public to be able to have comment. And this will be on a discussion item agenda for us later, and then we will vote on it. But I don't have your answer. I don't know if anybody up here does.
So as Mr. Jonas said, respectfully of anyone else that wants to speak, but I will answer that question at the conclusion of these comments, not later in the meeting, but at the conclusion of comments with regards to process, because I know that there's been a couple of questions about that. I definitely wouldn't put it on Ms. Beauchesne, and Mr. Jonas is aware of the process, so that would, I would just like to clarify that as far as how we've gotten to this point, but I think that question is very important, and equally important that the answer be given as well, so absolutely.
Just as long as, if the process is flawed, the members will admit to it and acknowledge it and admit to it and keep it open for discussion. That's all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Ken Miranda. I don't think Kenny wants to speak. I have another Miranda, looks like starts with a C or an A.
Yeah, his wife.
You're good, okay. I say anyone else that wanted to speak on this, there are 4 other names that I can't make out. I'm assuming that they were just sign-ins. But if someone else wants to speak on this. Okay. So at this point, public comment is closed. By the way, this was for any agenda items, just in case that wasn't clear. So speaking to the process, which has been asked a couple of times, the order that these requests were given, it was stated respectfully, and I've heard that term also, that the process should be respectful and consistent. So, geez, we hadn't even been in the school yet, and there was a request for Coach Gorham that was sent in. That request was not entertained at that point because, quite frankly, I think steel had only just hit the ground. So now we take possession of the building, look at it, and based on it, I mentioned this at that first meeting for the Gorham, which ultimately became the Gorham Recognition, or that Coach's Tower. The naming policy, the third, I'd say, of the 3, the first are recognizable and so forth, and both of these gentlemen are without a doubt and will for a very long time, if not forever, be remembered. But it states significant contribution to the space or facility. And with that, so when you look at the spaces, Pierce Field, for example, being a city, but named after Mr. Pierce, who contributed the land. So there was a conversation amongst, not, individually and absolutely, I know that I had a conversation with Mr. Chonis with regards to that, stating that this was coming, spoke with the folks with the Gorham request and said that the contribution piece is missing and it doesn't qualify for that consideration. Perhaps there's something else that can be done. Brought us to that point. When Mr. Chonis did come forward, I was just checking the mic.
No charge.
Shortly before that, Mr. Chonis came forward with the request for Mr. Stringfellow, to which we said, yes, we will receive them and consider them in order. And Mr. Brady, to the question that you had earlier as to why, when you said getting on this agenda, and I apologize that you were not given explanation, because when Mr. Chonis did bring that to me, which was maybe a week and a half ago, and I said to Mr. Chonis, you know that there's already a naming request on the agenda. We don't do competing requests for the point of conflict and so forth. I said, so we will hear them in the order. So I just want to, I know I'm a little out of the chronology of this, but I wanted to address that. That is why. So whether or not that was communicated to you, I can't speak to. But that was the rationale and the reason why this agenda didn't have that request. So we entertained the Gorham with that adjustment, understanding that it didn't meet that qualification as interpreted. Mr. Stringfellow came through, again, as to be added to the tower under that naming policy, that naming of facility and so forth, under the policy, didn't meet. So now Ms. Beauchene at the last meeting publicly requested the County Stadium for the purposes, and we'll speak to that in a second. So that is why we are here tonight. And what I have communicated, and any member here can call me a liar or not. I communicated to every member of this committee. I said, right now, what we have before us is a vote to name the stadium County Stadium, for or against, however that falls. If the committee wants to take another action, if the committee wants to revise the naming policy, so be it. At that point, then you start from scratch and you entertain the requests as they came in, because there were 2 individuals denied, and that's how we arrived at the point that we're at today. So if there's a flaw in that process, that's the process, and that's the series of events in the way that they happened, and that's how we arrived here today. So again, the vote or the consideration and discussion today is for County Stadium, and that's the answer to it. And Ms. Almazian, I hope I answered your question. Actually, there were a couple other questions you had asked about the names that came into the building. And by the way, Mr. Almazian was principal for many of us here, but someone that I thought highly of. And I say that there are several names in the old high school, folks that I personally knew and care about, and I will be very transparent in saying that as a member of the building committee, when the decision as to whether, the reason why those names came over is they were considered grandfathered in, and there was a contingent of individuals in the community that insisted that they come over. Me as one person, and again, in full transparency, if I had it my way, their names would be represented in this building, not naming the space because of the policy, okay? And for a greater reason, the hours that many of us are putting into, or still continue to put into this building, not forgetting, and I'm speaking for myself, not forgetting the past, but when I look at the children that are coming into this building today and will follow, my hope, and I said this and I meant it at our ribbon cutting for this building, is my hope is that they stake claim and take ownership for this space, for this building, for every room, and giving them an opportunity to, to perform on this stage and do great things, and someday maybe contribute back to this space and earn that name, because they actually walk these halls, just like many of those names that are out there right now, right? Those feelings. So that was my driver. But ultimately, what happened in that process, going back to the question of the names that came over, grandfathered in, is the architects that designed this building only do school buildings. And myself and Mr. Venatero on the building committee and a couple others, we asked them to report back to us what has been common practice that you've seen. And they came back to the building committee and said, we've seen it go both ways. We've seen the names not carry over, and we've seen them carry over. And at one point, Mr. Jonas and I had a conversation because there was a move to actually put it on the agenda through the naming policy. And we looked at the naming policy and said, if we followed the naming policy, those names wouldn't qualify. And it was purely on precedent from past practice of other schools being replaced, that those names were brought over. And that's to answer that question that was asked. And again, full disclosure, I would have, as an idea, I would have had a plaque still having them in this building, but be more fitting with the policy that exists. So with that being said, That ends public comment, and
Mr. Montero, I understand that you said that the public comment is closed. Is it possible just to follow up with some comments based on policy that you just,
yeah, sure.
very quick?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Is there some repository where we, as voters, as citizens, can see this policy as far as naming items?
It's on the website.
All right.
It's absolute.
And good. And where could we find that?
East Providence School Department, the district website, and then there's a tab for policies.
Okay. You also indicated that had it been your choice, none of the names would have come forward. Yet,
That's not fully, but yes.
Okay.
Not in the manner that they did, correct.
and I understand, if I read prior minutes correctly, that you actually were the moving force to name that section of the stadium where this Tower of Recognition is located after Coach Gorham, as I listened to the video from that meeting back in December.
The moving force. So
Yes.
the request was made to me by the Gorham
Right.
team. So, yes, I, just as Mr. Chonas would be, I guess you would say, the moving force for the Stringfellow, because that request came
Right.
through him, so yeah.
And just an observation, the way I understand this process is whoever gets to make the request first, they basically are first in line, then the next person is second in line. And it strikes me, quite frankly, that when I say the process is flawed, I'm really talking about it's not giving due consideration to everybody all at once. It's like, who's first, who's second, who's on third? And to me, I find that it's a flawed process. So if I'm representing somebody and I get there really quick, 5 minutes before the other person, I get to be heard first. And if I convince the panel, the committee at that time, that my choice is the better choice, because you don't have to listen to the second choice, I win.
I agree 100%.
Will you agree with me that that's a flawed process?
I do,
Okay.
I do.
So that's not the policy that
No.
when I look it up, I'm not going to see that that's the policy.
So the policy,
Just, my name's on this, so let me,
yeah.
okay. So just as you said, first, second, third, however
Yes.
this may be done. I thought this was going to eliminate that going first, second, third, fourth. I've gotten other people's names sent to me. I have other people's coaches, teachers, athletic directors, all being sent to me. I thought this would encompass all of those people. People that have come before, the people that are here now, and the people that will teach in this school for 30 years, be a superintendent in this school for 20 years, become a coach of state championships going forward. I thought this was going to encompass all of that by me doing this, so that we didn't have to sit here and go, who goes first, who goes second, who goes third, who goes fourth, because I do have a list of emails of other people who would like the school named after them and why, or the field, or I thought I was doing something right. I have also sat here and made mistakes before. Mr. Farrar can tell you. It's happened. I've done it. I thought I was doing something right so that we didn't have to continuously sit here for the next 3 or 4 months and tell people, no, our policy states, maybe the policy is flawed, maybe it needs to be relooked at. We did just go over it, and there wasn't anybody here in the audience when we did, but we were on TV. It was in 20, it was 7/14, 2020, when the policy was updated. Not much was changed from 2014, except for the purpose that a school committee has the authority to revoke a name if, which I took from a college actual policy, if the facility or academic unit was named, if the person is later convicted of a felony or engages in conduct which in the sole discretion of the school committee is significantly detrimental to the reputation of the school department. That was what was added in 2020. Before that, it was 2014. I thought, once again, I was doing something the correct way. I did receive 3 or 4 emails from the Stringfellows. I do not follow all the Facebook policies that are out there and the groups that are out there, but obviously I do have friends that informed me of what was going to happen tonight. I thought that this was going to represent it. I wasn't in the process of memorializing anything. That's not stated in our policy. That's not what we do. I didn't think I was going with the politics. I'm not known to do that. I'm not sure if you know me very well. I'm just not known to do that. I do, however, have some consideration, and I would like to bring it to the group when we do discuss the policy. I mean, the naming later on. Whether or not it makes everybody happy, I do not know. I'm not going to change the fact that I'm asking for a Townie Stadium. I think that is the correct thing that should be done. It's not a football field. It's also a lacrosse field, a soccer field. It's going to be, what I've been told, one of the best track and fields that we have in the state of Rhode Island. I just thought that this was the way so that we don't have to go on every week getting another name brought to us. And believe me, I did my research before I sat here when I got about Mr. Stringfellow, because I did not go to school in East Providence. Yeah, I'm sure somebody here will say eventually. So, what?
Just keep going.
So,
we're all
therefore,
Yeah, we're done.
I apologize
Respect.
if
Thank you.
I hurt the Stringfellow name by bringing it. Had nothing to do with that. It had to do with the fact that I thought it would encompass everybody going forward.
Right.
Whether or not people vote on it or not, that's up to them.
So,
It is, you are correct. Everyone gets a vote here.
right.
And believe me, I know that way too well.
Well, if I could, you're absolutely right, Ms. Beauchene, and that is that a policy which allows for one, then another, then another, then another to come forward and ask that their representative person be named for whatever, whether it's the library, media center, or whatever. That kind of policy fosters what brings us here tonight. A policy which, if the school committee said, we are going to have, I don't care if it's a workshop, we're going to have, this meeting will talk about, we're going to name a facility. Because it's already part and process of this whole process is naming things after individuals. If in fact the school committee made it known, we're going to either have a workshop or we're going to have a discussion on it, and anybody that wants to submit a name, as they've done multiple times to you, as you just indicated, and I'm sure to some other members of the school committee, you then give due consideration. And so it's not a tit for tat, it's not a back and forth. So you're absolutely right. Why should you do this month after month, have to hear someone else come forward and say, well, I want my rep? You would have a full hearing on those that really want their representative to be named after a particular facility. I don't care what it is. I don't care what it is.
All just for the field, by the way. I wasn't talking about other facilities. This was all the field.
No, I understand that. Well,
Okay.
if I may, I think the field is one part of this multi-sport complex as opposed to the stadium per se, which is really the whole complex. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't realize we had a lacrosse team, so forgive me. Last time I looked, we didn't, but be that as it may, I'm glad that they do, because every school now has a lacrosse team. But that's basically it. You have a track. If you're asking me, I'd name that track after the late Bill Poland, who was a great coach here. But it's not, that's not before you. But that's what I'm saying. There are elements, just as we have a corner that's been named. So you can have the field, you can have the track, you can have the soccer field. All of those particular elements can be. But, and I mean no disrespect, the process, when I say it's flawed, and you brought out a good point, and that is that you wind up coming back and forth, and You're hurting some people's feelings, but you're a public person, so you know that you got to have, bulletproof on. So long story short, I think the process should be, as I said, I think it's I think it's a no-brainer. I think you set down a time, people have their passions, put their passions out there, and then take a vote. You're going to make enemies, you're going to make friends, but that's why you get the big bucks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next item, please.
The next item is the superintendent's report, starting with the special education report by Leslie Anderson.
All right, I'm going to be very short. First of all, I'm going to take number 2. The 2022 Rhode Island Student Survey was brought to your attention at the last meeting. However, we needed a vote, and it wasn't on the agenda as a vote, so the survey is in there, and in order for Mr. Montero to sign it, we need to vote on it tonight, but it came at the last meeting. The esports proposal. Mr. Gregory asked that this be taken into consideration as a new sport from the Rhode Island Interscholastic League. It said East Providence High School would like to create teams in order to compete in the Rhode Island Interscholastic Esports League. Providing esports as a sport for EP high school students can provide new opportunities to strengthen their social, emotional skills and well-being. We feel potential members of the program will improve teamwork, pride, and responsibility skills, as well as better interaction with other members of the student body. Students today regularly utilize gaming platforms, as we all know they do, and it has become a sport and recognized by the Rhode Island Interscholastic League. And I believe Mr. Amori told us that they have over, I don't know, something like 300 responses for participation in the esports. There are 2 seasons there, October to November, and a championship in December, and the second season, February to April, championship in May. The cost would be for 2 coaches, $1,000 stipend, $64 per player per season, and the uniform is simply a polo shirt. It mentions the games that are offered, none of which that I recognize, but that's okay. I'm old, so anyway. I can mention them. Madden, which is another name for football, I guess, that's in parentheses, Rocket League,
Not mentioned.
Car Soccer, Smite, League of Legends, Super Smash Brothers, and Splatoon 2. If anybody's interested, I'm sure Mr. Amori.
There are college scholarships.
I
being
heard
given
that,
for
yes,
these.
you're absolutely right, there are scholars. So we're asking you to approve that later in the agenda. And now Leslie Anderson, Director of Special Education, if she'll come down and give her report tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to address you and to speak on the status and update report of the Pupil Personnel Office for the City of East Providence. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Leslie Anderson, Director of Pupil Personnel Services. And tonight also with us is Julian McDonnell, lovingly known as Bud, who is my assistant director, and I just want to take a moment and thank him for being the wonderful colleague that he is and the fierce advocate for our students here in East Providence with special needs. Next slide, please. So when we talk about special needs in the district, we are operating under IDEA Part B. The district is responsible for students ages 3 through 22. Transition from early intervention begins at the age of 30 months old and is concluded the day before the 3rd birthday, when a student either exits early intervention services or transitions to the school department for their pre-K to 12 programming. On the opposite end of the early childhood transition, some students who have completed the K to 12 program continue to be eligible for services to complete transition goals that assist the young adult in the areas of education, training, and independent living skills. The goal of the transition program is to give students with disabilities the life skills necessary to live as independent a life as possible. Next slide, please. The Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA, is a law that makes available a free and appropriate public education to eligible children with disabilities and ensures special education and related services for those children. The law guarantees access to a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. Districts are required to implement a continuum of services that addresses the various academic and behavioral needs of individual students and supported by related services. Related services are those services that help students benefit from their special education services. They include such things as resource support, intensive support, which is also our self-contained classrooms, highly specialized. Connections and therapeutic are for behavioral and social emotional supports, K-12. Our preschool program, transition programs, 14 years and up, out-of-district placements, and related services include such thing as speech, OT, physical therapy, counseling, transition, and transportation, and a few other things as well. Next slide, please. In terms of our demographics, if you look at the national rate of identification, that is at about 14%. So 14% of all students are eligible for services. At the state level, 15.6. And here in East Providence, we have an identification rate of 19.8%. So we are a little bit over the state average. Next slide, please. What you will see in the next few slides is a variety of ways that RIDE looks at our data. It is important for the district to continue to review its data to ensure that we are meeting with the 14 state performance indicators. Under IDEA, the state is required to develop a performance plan that evaluates the state's effort to implement the requirements and purposes of IDEA, and so in turn, the districts must follow those same requirements. The SPP indicators measure child and family outcomes and compliance with IDEA. You will be happy to know that East Providence meets with all the state requirements and remains in good standing. Here, as you can see, is the primary disability count for students in, next slide, please. Here you can see is the primary disability count for the students in East Providence. It's a pretty typical view of identification rates, with students with specific learning disabilities being the largest group, then students with other health impairments, and speech and language being the third, and so forth and so on. The smaller ones that you can barely see are what are known as low incidence disabilities, so they're less occurring happenings and eligibility categories. Of note, however, is the sharp increase in the number of students eligible for special education services and the increase of 4.6% since December of 2020. Referrals for this year have already outpaced averages from previous years, and so this trend will continue. Next slide, please. This is a different view of the same data with disability counts by grade. The grade 12, just so that you know, does include those students who are in transition years. And pretty typically, you do see a dip at the third grade level because there's a change there where speech only, what are known as speech only IEPs cannot exist anymore. There is legislation in place to address that right now, and we'll see what happens as that moves through that process.
I think it is. I think
Next
so.
slide, please. This is another view by age. If you notice, we have a very high number of 6-year-olds that are right now in service. It's hard to actually know why that's happening. I have to think that maybe that's a COVID impact, because those little folks were 3.5, 4, when that hit, and And so we will have to continue to delve into that data. And as you see, those later years, we have fewer and fewer students who remain with us past that 18th birthday or post grade 12. Next slide, please. This is a count by school representation. One thing of note here is that we have a sharp increase in the number of IEPs at the high school. I had taken a look at some previous presentations, and in 2015, there were about 187 IEPs at the high school. And right now, I think that is 247, if I can see that correctly. And in addition, there are students there that are not accounted for. Non-resident CTC students who have IEPs do not go into our census. So there are an additional 10 to 12 students who are not here that continue to be serviced at the high school. The other category includes services to private and parochial schools and those who access our schools for services, and that would include homeschool students, students in private and parochial who do come back into our buildings for additional services. Next slide, please. In terms of our out-of-district placements, we currently have a total of 80 out-of-district placements. 61 of those placements were made by IEP teams in East Providence, and 19 placements, 12 DCYF and 7 craft students, are students in which we really have very little input and no say as to where those placements will be, but we are responsible for taking care of those tuitions. We have worked closely with the craft program, and they have been great partners since the start of the pandemic, and we've been reviewing each case with the craft staff and have been able to return many students who are non-residents to their home district for their day school placements. Next slide, please. This is a look at our least restrictive environment, which is one of those indicators that the state measures us. And so if you look at this, we are pretty much in line with the state, with 80 to 100% of the time for a student with an IEP being in the gen ed setting, almost equal to that of the state. The 40% or less, we are well below the state, and that's where we want to be. And also of note, the last category for private separate schools, homebound, and private residentials, they're almost entirely jacked up because of those 19 placements over which we have very little control. Next slide, please. So in terms of our elementary staffing, currently we have 373 plus in our K-5. That plus are those students who are not accounted for in our census, and 82 pre-K students. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown of our staffing. The program column describes each program at each school. Reviewing the continuum of services mentioned earlier, all schools have a push-in resource model. Some schools have an intensive or self-contained program. One school hosts the district therapeutic classrooms for students with social, emotional, and behavioral needs. One of our schools hosts 2 highly specialized programs for students with additional needs, to include medically fragile students and those with severe and profound needs. This year, we've also piloted 3 inclusion model classrooms. The inclusion classrooms are meant to give students with disabilities consistent access to the general curriculum while providing appropriate specialized instruction and support in the gen ed classroom throughout the entire day. For the 2021-22 school year, 4 social workers were added to support the elementary schools. 2 were contracted and 2 were hired. Fortunately, we had this personnel in place as we did lose 1 social worker this year. The additional social worker has been a great support to our elementary schools, and we were fortunate to have coverage for social workers who were out on leave and we were not left short. At the pre-K level, with swelling numbers, we had the need to add additional classrooms. We were able to do that with minimal staffing changes. The pre-K team and coordinator, alongside with the principal of the building, have been able to creatively work together to find solutions for our littlest learners, or those affectionately known as tiny townies. Next slide, please. Again, our secondary staffing, again with those plus for those students that are not accounted for in our official census count, and what the staffing looks like. Very similar to, next slide please. Very similar to our previous slide. We have self-contained at one of our middle schools, supports for students with social and behavioral needs, highly specialized resource, in the high school, transition, life skills, and behavior support as well. So you have a total of personnel in each one of those positions and so forth. Next slide, please. Throughout the course of the year, we've offered a variety of professional development opportunities in addition to the PD opportunities offered at the building or the district list. Power School sessions, that's our electronic IEP. Keeper, QPR, and SPI are under the Suicide Prevention Initiative in the state. We have bi-monthly meetings by discipline. Dr. Marilyn Friend, who is scheduled to work with inclusion classrooms in collaboration, CPI, issues and topics related to the Right to Read Act, Math Advantage, DLM administration, which is our alternate assessment. Dr. Ellen Flannery Schroeder did a series of webinars for parents, and those are also going to be posted on our website. Next slide, please. EPLAC is, as always, going strong. Major topics this year have included efforts to increase membership, workshop topics, improving and expanding inclusion opportunities for our students and families, after-school events for the secondary students, our EPLAC Awards Night, and a revision of the EPLAC bylaws. I'm just going to note that anything that's in red, you'll be able to, they're live links, so we can send this to you so that you would be able to actually go in. I don't think we need to do that necessarily right now, but you'll be able to track all of those back. So one request that was made by our families and discussed at EPLAC has been an easy to find, easy to read guide as they navigate the special education process. So next slide, please. I have designed a resource website for parents that will hopefully give them any information that they are looking for. This link I am going to ask them to go into. So this will be what it looks like, and with my special educator hat on, we've designed it so that it's for on many platforms, presented in many different ways for parents, also in English and Spanish. The IEP process is, can you just stop there for a second? By graphic, written instructions. There's the IEP guidebook there, definitions, you can go down. Their procedural safeguards, the regulations, EPLAC. These are just some of the things we have available. You can go further. This is everything you need to know and want to know about early childhood education. Go ahead. Screening, programming, you can keep going. These are transition service, so transition to adult services, and some of those things that parents need to know, because that is a world to conquer, let me tell you. It's a difficult path for the parents once they get up to those upper ages. So we want to give them all the information that we can prior to getting there. Can you scroll down a little bit further? This is the ABCs, essentially, of the special ed world. We can speak only in alphabet when we talk about special education because it's all acronyms, and so there's some definitions there for parents. There's a link here to what's special about special education. That's a really good resource. You can keep going. And then there's a video or an explanation on each eligibility category. So all 13 categories are listed there. If you could go to the EPLAC tab at the top, please. Yep. On here will be all the information related to EPLAC, our bylaws, meetings, and so forth. Mary has met with approval in all of these. You could go to the parent resource as well. One of the things that the parents at the EPLAC talked about is community resources made available to them. And so I've put many of them here. If you could just scroll a little bit, that are related to disability and, parents as teachers, all kinds of folks for them to contact. These are all live links. If you could go a little bit further. Behavioral health services. And then we've included the videos for the parents. This was a series that was all on childhood anxiety and what parents can do. And also very important were some of the recreational activities that are available in the community for students. So those are included there as well. Okay, we can go out of that and back into the original. Thank you. Through March and into April, we will be visited by RIDE for what is known as our school support visit. This takes place every 5 years. The school support visit really looks at 3 major areas, and that is a free and appropriate public education, the evaluation and the individual education plan, and IDEA transition. Those are really the basic tenets of the whole compilation of the laws in action. That'll be a live link to also explain to you what the process is and what that will look like. They will come in, they'll look at our paperwork, they'll be interviewing parents, they will be interviewing teachers, they will be reviewing a report that I send to them, and then a final report will be issued. I am anticipating probably by June that will also be public to parents and to you. Next slide, please. In the summer of 2021, the district had approximately 107 students. Of the 944 students receiving special education services recommended for ESY in 2021, are 11.3% of our students. Of that number, 24 students' parents declined ESY services altogether. This year, the plan is that we would run our ESY program concurrent with the summer program in order to supplement the services outlined in the IEP. ESY is based on a well-defined legal criteria. We are planning to go out and beyond that which is required under the ESY statutes. We are meeting with the district team to plan and present this option to our families who would take part in the summer program as well as ESY. We did offer this option last year, and we had a small handful of students who participated. We are planning much earlier this year, and so we are very excited about these opportunities for our students. Outlined here are just some of the services that we provide. Next slide, please. So some of our ongoing projects and that are in the works right now is our CRP amendment, planning for the CRP 2023, the American Rescue Plan grant, after-school events for our secondary students, planning for ESY in summer school, transition planning meetings for those students moving from pre-K into K, from 5 into 6, and from 8 into 9. As you know, those are always tough years for students and parents. Staffing projections, program review, the school support visit preparations are a hefty lift. And we're also working with the other district members on the LEAP initiative. It's a busy office. Next slide, please. And last but not least, the district improvement team requested that a subcommittee form and review the current goals with the district strategic plan. The subcommittee determined that the goals should be continued with an additional emphasis on increasing and expanding inclusion opportunities for our students with disabilities. And that concludes my presentation on the status of pupil personnel.
Through the chair.
Please.
Leslie, thank you very much. I've got to ask a couple of questions. Is your slide presentation available? Is it posted somewhere, what we just saw?
I think it could be emailed to you at the very least. I don't have it posted right now.
Yeah. Is the EPLAC information on the school department website?
Yes,
So
and
the
we're also
EPLAC
we're also working to update that as well.
So that part of my question relates to if parents want to get the information that you just showed, how do they get that information? So go through their principal, you know.
Yeah, they need the website to get to that, though. So yeah, we will make it available to parents. Yes, we'll put it on the district website.
Because I'm sure there's information that you just showed us that many parents would be interested in reading and getting access to. So I hope that anyone out there will be able to get access to all this information. I mean, you put a lot of information up there, and I'm glad you did, but I want to make sure it gets to where it is really needed as quickly as possible. Your resources, okay, you haven't mentioned anything about any shortages. You don't have any shortages in financing. I know we didn't get Craig Enos up here yet to get our financial report, but do you have any needs in financing or personnel? You didn't mention any of that.
That's a loaded question there, Mr. Jonas.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you know, we're okay. You know, we're doing fine at the moment. All of the positions are filled, and we're working with the district leaders in order to plan for our projections for next year.
Okay, I know finding people can be difficult sometimes, but I think we've just gone through, hopefully we've turned the corner on COVID, and we now need to, unfortunately, play catch up. We need to try to find a way to get our children what they've lost in the past 2 years, both our special needs children and our children in other classes too, up and down the line. So our challenges are looming large, but thank you very much. That's all I have right now.
Actually, Mr. Russell just messaged me in the middle of Mr. Jonas's comments that he is currently posting it right now on the website.
And EPLAC is on the website.
Yeah.
EPLAC is on the website, and what is he posting on the website right now? The entire slide presentation, or what exactly are you posting?
I don't know if Ben can respond. What I am particularly anxious to get posted is that parent resource website, and that is in the works right now, because that is where parents will really be assisted in, you know, how to navigate the process. It can be overwhelming, it can be daunting. We try to be as friendly as we can in terms of all the jargon that goes into this, but I think that's still, it's difficult sometimes for parents, you know, especially, it seems like the littler they are, the more overwhelming it can be.
Do you plan on getting parent input when you consider the design of, this resource website?
So I did speak with Mary Nascimento, who's the head of our EPLAC, and she was with me kind of every step of the way. Is this helpful? Is this helpful? What could we use? We did get input from the EPLAC group in terms of the community resources that they were looking for. And, that will be always changing and updated as we find new things.
And I know you said that all of our staffing is filled, but when you consider each individual IEP, do you think that we have enough staffing to, actually work with each individual IEP to ensure that every one of those students with an IEP is getting what they need?
Currently, we have all staff in place and students are being serviced.
Okay, and you see no major complaints from parents about anything with IEPs?
Not that I have been aware of. We do try, when there's a parent complaint, they call directly into my office and I work with the parents, and we've had very good outcomes generally.
All right, thank you.
And Ben, I think I saw a thumbs up that you put the entire presentation? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Up on the website.
So the
The other thing
entire
that we'll do
presentation's up.
too, there is paperwork that is handed to every parent of a student with an IEP when an IEP is implemented and they come in. And what it does is it actually lists resources for parents, and I am going to be sharing it with the special educators and putting it into our electronic system so that they'd be able to access that link fairly easily.
Yeah, Leslie, thank you for doing this for us. I know that we've mentioned in EPLAC meetings about you doing your website, and it looks great, so thank you. I do have a couple questions, though. How do children get recommended for ESY? I know that parents do turn it down, but how are they recommended? Through teachers or just through teachers or through a process?
Through the IEP team.
Okay.
There is a legal criteria that they follow. They need to provide documentation, make that recommendation, but every student is considered for ESY services through the IEP process. And so it is up to each individual IEP team.
Okay. Do we have a cap or a specific number we try for self-contained classrooms, depending on grade level?
There used to be a cap. It's not in the regulations anymore. But, we try not to go over 10, and that was what the cap was. It doesn't exist in the regulations any longer, but we really do try to stay there because the students need a high, a level of attention and support that going over 10 can get quite difficult.
Okay. My last question, and you had mentioned about the 6-year-olds, that number is high, and I understand that COVID, but I also understand we have a pretty high population of pre-K students now, and I'm just wondering, is that where we're seeing it once they get to kindergarten? No? No. Okay.
What we do see with a lot of the little ones is because they have not necessarily had exposure to a pre-K experience, that sometimes they are not necessarily K-ready when they come in, and so we've got to start back with some early routines that perhaps some of the kids that do go to some kind of a pre-K experience have already a tendency toward those school behaviors. And I don't mean, I'm talking about how do I sit in a chair, how do I play with my little friends, and that kind of thing. And so we do notice that many of those students maybe have not had that opportunity. They're not necessarily exposed to rich language. Could be so many things,
Okay.
Yes, that was one of the one category that I wanted to follow up on, was that the 6-year-old age group, and I don't expect a number, but just to understand the process, and you referenced the potential COVID impact to that. So is there for lack of a better term, categorization of the needs of those children. So when you look at them, where you say, okay, because we're identifying these needs, we have a high probability of moving them forward and catching them up and out of that needs-based category. So, and I'm thinking from a forecasting standpoint, right? So as you look at, the needs of the district, does your staff, do you and your staff, do you have the ability to, and I know that nothing's guaranteed with anything, but where you can say, okay, these are the needs of, these children, and typically we find that our resources are successful in moving these specific needs up and back into the general classroom, whereas others, you can anticipate a longer process. Like,
Well,
do we have a
first,
feel for that?
to say that 6-year-old group that seems to be a little bit high is a result of COVID is really a hypothesis. I could
Right.
not say for sure. And so I think that, to answer your question, Mr. Montero, only time will tell. And so some of that could be that students haven't had exposure, and now with consistent exposure, we may see them progress more rapidly.
Right. But so you kind of answered the question that the needs that you're seeing, though, are such that they fall into a category that tend to show higher success rates than other more intense needs. And the last thing that I'll state is, and I always have to say APLAC, to any parent in the district that is looking, we talk about resources, if they're not reaching out and joining the APLAC group, just as a community, that can kind of come together, but definitely guide each other. Absolutely, and I'm glad that that's up on the website, because that's a huge, that's the most important resource I think we have in the district for that. So,
Besides our teachers.
yeah, without saying, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add one more thing. Regarding the accessibility for the website, I did want to say that thank you for also including some of the information also in Spanish to even expand that pool of, information to, the rest of the community as well. So that was noted. Thank you.
Actually, if I could just ask one more question, I'm sorry, but I was just curious if, in regards to just performance of these students, generally speaking, do we have any concerns aside from COVID as to why performance might not be where we strive for it to be yet?
You referring in terms of state testing?
Yes, just scores in general.
Yes, so the state testing scores for the students, they're not stellar. I think they're pretty much in line with other students. The students are students with disabilities. That doesn't lessen our expectation in terms of where we want those students to be. But what it does is sets a roadmap for instructional planning for the special educator as well as the building principal. And so we continue to work at those things to improve instruction, to improve intervention, and to help move our students forward.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
The next item is the Director of Human Resources report by Mark Williamson with resignations, retirements, leave of absence, non-renewals, and recalls.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'd like to start with the resignations and begin with a paraprofessional from the high school, Jeffrey Poland, who resigned effective February 10th of 2022. I'll defer to you, Mr. Chair, for consideration by the committee.
You want to do them individually?
Sure.
Okay. Entertain a motion to accept resignation of Ms. Poland.
So this position's open?
That's correct, yes.
They come in, they go.
After I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'll make a motion.
So we have a motion by Ms. Boshain to accept the resignation. Mr. Poland, do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
The next resignation is Richard Martin, who was a 2/5 social studies teacher at the high school. And his resignation will be effective at the end of the 21-22 school year.
I told him yesterday I wasn't going to say okay, so someone else got to do this.
That's a blow. That's definitely.
This is the second time, by the way.
Do we have a motion to accept the Honorable Mr. Richard Martin's resignation?
I definitely can't make that motion. I had him as a teacher.
He actually mentioned you yesterday, too.
Yeah, he did.
Motion to approve.
I believe that was a motion by Ms. Azanera. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
He's leaving anyway, so.
You're right.
Second by Mr. Jonas. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Yeah, he sold it.
Any opposed? Without opposition, that's going as a 5-0, respecting his wishes. Next, please.
Next up is Mr. Barry Morang, who was an art teacher at Riverside Middle School, resigned effective February 21st, 2022.
I have a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Jonas. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, please.
Next resignation is Robert Traverse, Assistant Athletic Director, and that will be effective the end of the 21-22 school year.
I make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Jonas. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Again, 5-0. Motion carries.
The final resignation is Marta Monteiro, Administrative Assistant Library Media Specialist at the high school, and that is effective March 12th, 2022.
That's Friday.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Jonas. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I'm I will use a little privilege here. I'm going to give this woman so many props because she graduated from East Providence High School in 1990, and as a Portuguese immigrant of an immigrant family was basically encouraged to go to secretarial school because that's where I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but that was the expectation. And she went on to work full-time doing insurance and so forth. And when she took that school hours job about 12 years ago so that she could be home with the kids while I was traveling for work, she said, you know what, I've worked alongside individuals with degrees and they were getting paid more than me, so I'm getting my degree. And in her 40s, she went to school full-time while working. She got her bachelor's degree in December, and now she has a full-time job in her field, doing what she loves, and something I could never do, not as a grown adult. So, you know, damn the stereotypes and the labels. She said, I'm going to do more, and she did. So.
Mr. Chair, next for the committee's consideration are a number of retirements. The first is Mr. Mark Poirier from the Maintenance Department. His retirement will be effective 3/11 of 2022. Mark Poirier is retiring from the district has worked for a total of 23 and a half years. He began working for us in August of 1998. At that time, he was hired as a custodian for the White Neck Elementary School. He also worked at the Hennessy School as a custodian until 2013. He then went to work in the maintenance department as a maintenance mechanic A, and this is the position that he will retire from. For your consideration, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Poirier, for your years of service and work. Do we have a motion to accept Mr. Poirier's retirement?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Chonis. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Again, congratulations on your retirement.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, the next retiree is Francine Valletta. Francine is retiring effective the end of the 21-22 school year. She has worked for the district for a total of 29 years. Francine began working in September of 1993. At that time, she was hired as a supervisory assistant for the Meadowcrest School. As a supervisory assistant, she worked at both the Meadowcrest School and Myron J. Francis. In 1999, she became a paraprofessional and has worked at various elementary schools. She's going to be retiring from the Oldham School, where she has worked since 2019.
Thank Ms. Valletta for her service. Do we have a motion to accept?
I'll make the motion to accept.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Chonis. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next for your consideration is Ms. Deborah Hayes, who's retiring effective the end of the 21-22 school year. She has worked for the district for a total of 26 years. Deborah began working in June of 1996. At that time, she was hired as a supervisory assistant for the Thompson School. As a supervisory assistant, she worked at various elementary schools. In 1999, she became a paraprofessional for the district. She is currently working at the Kent Heights Elementary School, where she will be retiring from.
Thank you for your service. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to accept the resignation, the retirement, excuse me.
We have a motion by Mr. Chonis. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next individual is Jean Burdette, who will be retiring at the end of the 21-22 school year. She's worked for the district for a total of 6 years. She began working in September of 2015. She was hired as a reading specialist for the Martin Middle School and will retire from that position.
Thank you for your service, Ms. Burdette. Do we have a second? Do we have a motion? I'm sorry, to accept that retirement.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Chonis. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. Beauchene. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I have a correction on the next. Diane Wallace is a nurse at Riverside Middle School and the district nurse coordinator.
Okay. Next up is Diane Wallace. She'll be retiring at the end of the 21-22 school year. She has worked for the district for a total of 7 years. She began work with us in September of 2015. At that time, she was hired as a school nurse for the Waddington Elementary School. Diane has worked at various elementary schools and has been the school nurse for Riverside Middle School since 2018. In addition to her duties as a school nurse, she has also been the district's nurse coordinator since December of 2018.
Thank you, Nurse Wallace. I remember.
She's just worked her
Yeah.
butt off for the last 2 years.
COVID.
I hope she's able to enjoy her retirement to the fullest. That's,
Day and
Great
night.
family, great.
she has worked
Great woman.
nonstop.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a
So
motion.
moved.
Second.
We're not.
Ms. Boshain defers to Mr. Jonas with the motion and Ms. Azanero with the second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, Agostino Gus Linares has retired from the school district effective March 1st, 2022. He's worked for the district a total of 12 years. He began working in September of 2009. He started in 2009 as a seasonal substitute working at Riverside Middle School and at the Myron J. Francis Elementary School. In 2015, he became the full-time custodian for the Francis School, and this is the position he will retire from.
Thank you for your service. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Jonas. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, we have one more resignation, retirement on the list. Good evening, everyone. I am announcing my retirement as the superintendent of the East Providence School Department. As I leave, my thoughts go back to when I began in December of 2015, 6.5 years ago. The school department was just in the process of recovering from the draconian measures imposed by the Budget Commission, which was still providing oversight when I arrived. The Budget Commission had a devastating impact on staff morale. A number of school departments were commingled with the city departments. The Jacobs report was issued soon after I arrived, which confirmed the deplorable conditions of especially the high school and other buildings in the district. While an optimist believes the cup is half full, it was readily apparent the East Providence School Department's cup was nowhere near full. But an optimist can also look at a situation and believe there is nowhere to go but up. So in December of 2015, when I became the superintendent of the East Providence School Department, I was determined that East Providence would move up. I soon found there were a lot of wonderful people working very hard to make the schools a good place for the East Providence children. Their dedication and their towny pride were invaluable in turning the district around. The cooperation of all of the unions, the teachers, the administrators, and the school committee allowed us to focus on moving ahead. I cannot thank my team and their staff enough for their support and energy. They have made themselves available nights, weekends, over the phone in the wee hours of the morning to address any issues needing immediate attention. Dr. Sandra Ferran and Dr. Celeste Bola, my assistant superintendents. Dr. Ferran is a born leader. She took part in our reentry plan that was a plan that was the top in the state after COVID. She also participated with 2 principals in removing 2 schools from priority. That was never heard of in the state of Rhode Island. She was responsible with 2 principals for having Hennessy and Orlo move out of priority. She has handled all our professional development activities for the district, as well as our curriculum and evaluations of teachers. So I owe a deep gratitude to Dr. Ferran. And Dr. Celeste Bowler. We have our pre-K because of her grant writing ability. She also took charge of your CRP. When I arrived here, we were going to lose, East Providence was going to lose their CRP money because they hadn't spent it. Dr. Bowler revised that grant and went out and every year, used every penny for the students here in East Providence. She's also very, very proud of the fact that she wrote ESSA 1, 2, 3, and we just received programmatic approval on ESSA 3 today. So we thank Dr. Bowler for her excellent writing skills. She's also very, very proud about the equity issues that she has brought to the district. We were one of the first districts in the state to train all of our staff in equity awareness. And so I would like to thank Dr. Bowler. My directors, Craig Enos. When Craig arrived, we were meeting probably on a monthly basis with the Auditor General. In fact, one time, I think I invited him to Thanksgiving dinner, if I'm not mistaken, Craig. Now we are on time and on target with our audits. So thank you so much, Craig. And over the past 6.5 years, our budget has come in, and we've had a surplus. We've had a very solid budget and a surplus each year. And Tony Fiola, my Director of Facilities and Security, he's always been there for me. The wee hour, the morning phone calls were with Tony. His dedication to East Providence is just beyond. He's always there when someone needs him to do anything for the schools or for them. And Tony has had a great loss this week in Peter Barilla, who was also there for me. Every morning, Tony and I talk about 7 a.m., sometimes a little earlier, I'll admit, Tony, he's shaking his head. Well, when he went away, I would call Peter. And at first, Peter would say, "Is everything okay? You're calling me?" And then he got used to those phone calls when Tony was away. So, Peter, I thank you wherever you are tonight. And Tony, a friend for life. Thank you so much for all that you've done. Diana Clarkin, Head of Transportation Registration, a thankless job. And she took over for me, trying to improve the attendance throughout the districts by meeting on a regular basis with the principals, and she's done an outstanding job. Whenever I ask Diana Clarkin, she absolutely takes on the task. So thank you so much, Diana. Ben Russell and his team. We have the best technology team in the state of Rhode Island. There's nothing that this team cannot do for us. And I thank Ben because I often call Ben and tell him, if you ever update my machine again, I'm going to kill you, Ben, because things don't transfer over and I have to learn new things all over again. Uniza Gallant, new to the group, but Uniza has brought our ELL standards up to par. So I thank Uniza. And Leslie Anderson and Julian McDonnell, the special ed department. You can see what Leslie is capable of doing here. We thank her. She's been in the district just a short period of time. So we thank that team as well. My central office team is really the best in the state. And we are the best in the state because we are a team. We have each other's back all of the time. Our team of school principals and assistant principals and deans provide leadership needed to make our schools some of the best in Rhode Island. The positive collaborative relationships between the district and the teachers union, the paraprofessional union, the administrative assistants union, and the maintenance and custodial union has served our students well. And I would like to thank the school committee and all of the members over the past 6.5 years for their never-ending support of children, especially Joel Montero, Jessica Beauchesne, and Charlie Chonas, who have been with me from the beginning. But Jenny and Max, it's been a pleasure working with you and getting to know you this past 1.5 years. What has been done over the past 6.5 years would not have been possible if it had not been for all of you. And what has been accomplished, I would modestly suggest the cup of East Providence schools is now considerably more than half filled. The culture across the district, which benefits schools, is now in a better place. Our budgets have been balanced, and we have had a surplus each and every year. While COVID created huge issues for schools and students across the state, East Providence was held as a model in Rhode Island for seeing students through remote learning, and that was no easy task. And then there was the development of a 5-year curriculum plan with curriculum committees run by teachers. We are in the second cycle of our curriculum plan. We are in round 2, as I would say, with ELA and math, and the next year we begin a new science curriculum. We had developed a 5/10-year facilities plan to address all schools in the district, such as we have LED lighting in all of our schools. We've added foyers to our school for extra safety. We have put on new roofs. We are putting windows in our buildings, boilers. We're doing painting and cement work. And it goes on and on and on. We have a technology plan, which was on a 5-year cycle, to give all students one-on-one computers. We finished that cycle in 3 years, and all of our students, when we went out on COVID, had Chromebooks. And then there is the project, which has consumed countless hours and much energy over the past few years. From its induction as a concept to the Department of Education, to its completion in September of 2021, thanks to a dedicated, professional, and knowledgeable building committee, we now sit in this $180.5 million structure with a 74.5% reimbursement on allowable costs, and it is the diamond in the state. In fact, our tours, I think we've taken through, if I'm not mistaken, almost every district in the state of Rhode Island, and they are still asking us to come through. I leave East Providence knowing there is still work to be done, always work to be done. However, I feel it is a good time for someone else to take the reins and to continue in the upward momentum of the district. Again, I would like to thank everyone, especially school committee, my central administrators, principals, faculty, staff, and my executive assistant, Sharon Corsi. I don't know how she dealt with me on some days. And thank you to all the parents for 6.5 great years and for believing in this project and producing a 78% approval rating for this high school, and really for the children of East Providence. We have been a team, and we have supported one another, and we were able to make things happen for East Providence. I will retire content knowing that East Providence students are, I believe, in a better place than they were 6.5 years ago. Respectfully submitted, Catherine M. Crowley. Thank you. You have to vote on it.
All right.
Don't cry again. No more Kleenex. We have
Give
one
yourself,
Kleenex.
we allowed to talk
don't
now?
give yourself that much credit.
Yes, I'm done.
You gonna go first? No, not yet, not yet. So, I wouldn't be myself if I didn't say a couple things. It just wouldn't be me. So I would like to thank you publicly, about as public as we've ever been, for all the ways that you have impacted East Providence since 2015. Your passion, investment, not only in education as a whole, but in the district
it has been evident to all of us. Thank you for the way you have led us, equipped us for the road ahead, as well as the way you have supported and built the foundation here in East Providence. Thank you for your leadership, your friendship, and passion for our district. I've enjoyed working with you, meeting the challenges ahead. We may not always agree, but we always agree to talk and get things through. Your vision and direction to classroom and curriculum are top-notch. COVID has thrown a little rough in it the last couple years, and I know as a group we haven't seen each other as much as we'd like. But I would like to thank you for everything you have done to bring us to where we are today, and thank you for leaving us in the spot that you're going to leave us in so that we can continue to go forward.
Thank you.
Sure, through the chair. One of the benefits of serving on the school committee is it's like going to school again. You keep learning like we always do every day. And having been on the school committee when someone put the city into a budget commission, and I'll still say we're in much better shape because look at this, a few years later, we're sitting in a brand new high school. So how bad could that budget commission have been needed? But here we are, okay? Maybe they were the impetus that pushed us to create this building. I have, one thing Superintendent Crowley has always insisted on is an annual review. Okay, and I was always one, I did it from my military days where you review people, and so I did a military review of Superintendent Crowley, and I said a number of things, but one of the things I said to her, and I will say this, and in the past several iterations, and some of it due to the Budget Commission, as the superintendent mentioned, Superintendent Crowley has righted the ship, okay? I will credit the school committees for, I think, helping her create the staff that she created, because she created an excellent staff. We haven't had a staff like this in administration in years, and so but she put it together. Okay, and to her credit. And I sincerely believe, although I have not agreed with everything that the superintendent has done, I do think the superintendent has taken us out of the dark shadows of the Budget Commission, which I feared we would almost never get out of. And we are in a much better place today, and I thank you very much, Superintendent Crowley.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas.
Ms. Azanaro.
Gosh, I will try not to get emotional too now. But I met you the first time at the Superintendent of the Year award. Little did I know who I was meeting that night for the first time. I'm very grateful that you've had the patience, the dedication, and that drive to push forward the great achievements that you've had here in East Providence. It wasn't easy, I know, the state that the East Providence School District was in, but man, did you work hard, and I don't think there's enough thank yous that any of us can really give you, but at least a thank you I think we'll have to do. But thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll just say that Superintendent Crowley, over the years that I've been paying attention to, the political scene, certainly school politics, and just, everything that's been going on over the years, I've witnessed your, unparalleled levels of capability and leadership. And I think that you've certainly, to the point that others have made, taken us out of a period that's been much darker than we're in today. And you said yourself, we have a lot of work to do, but I firmly believe that we're in a much better position today, partly due to your work and what you've been able to accomplish. And just the fact that, your recognition stems beyond East Providence. You have achievements that people from the rest of the state, know who you are. And that's, it's just a great thing to see. And, the new high school project alone, you pushing that through, getting that to where it is, really is a testament to who you are, as well as obviously the other people involved, like the building committee members and the school committees, but you really did improve this school district. So I thank you for your service, and I wish you well with your retirement.
Thank you.
So, I'll be nice. Now, I can say that, in the 6+ years working with Superintendent, well, first I want to agree with so much of what you said with regards to the central administration and the staff, our building leadership, our employees, right down through every department. It's been a trying decade, and when you came in that 6.5 years ago, we were probably just about had our mouth and nose above water. We were treading barely, but you grabbed it and you built upon that and that team. I would pit our leadership team against any team in the state and beyond. So I'm very grateful for all of you. What I did learn in speaking with so many other educators and administrators from other districts, anyone who has known Catherine Crowley will tell you of the battles that she has had, that they have had with you, but the dearest friends, but those dear friends that are greeting you with hugs, will then tell a story of of the conflicts and battles, and as Jessica mentioned, and Charlie, I think we can relate, right? And I think it's kind of healthy and necessary to a degree, but it shows the passion.
You and I certainly can relate.
Yes. We there's probably a few times we should have had those batons, those padded batons, but your persistence has gotten us to where we are as a district. I'm sure, I'm going to guess that it has happened, but I know not to my knowledge, and then have I seen an administration go mid-contract and give raises to employees. I've heard promises and follow through on promises to give raises, but when we were capable as a school committee, there are fewer things that we've done as a district that I was more proud of than when we were able to look at our teachers and say, you know what, we do recognize that you are at the bottom of the barrel, and we're not going to wait till the end of the contract. We're going to do what we can. It's a piece, but we're going to do what we can, and you drove that. So that says a lot. And then obviously the high school is too easy and most obvious, and there was somewhat of a reference to it, but in light of the rest of this agenda, I will state that yes, your name is fittingly on that library media center because of the significant contributions made to this facility. This facility would not have happened if you weren't the bull, and I say that lovingly, the bull that you are. And I've seen you in action through this process with RIDE, with those state officials, and just in your going to every public event to push this project, this $189 million project, 0.5, to a community that we all anticipated was very skeptical and hesitant to make that contribution to our children. And we knew that our children needed it, and so did you, and you did whatever you had to show them that our children needed this facility. So I'm forever grateful for that. So I thank you. I wish you well. You're still with us through the end of your contract, which is January 4th, I believe, of 23. I don't know, sometime Mark would know better, but I wish you well and congratulations.
Thank you.
On your retirement, and Joe, who will no longer be volunteered to the district. So,
No, he's not. He's playing tennis tonight. I made him stay home.
so with that,
Can I
Yes,
just quickly, with the ability that I have in this seat right now, Ben Nascimento, who is watching right now,
Oh, Ben.
would like you to know that he is going to miss you very much, and he wanted you to know that you will be missed dearly.
Oh,
So.
I'll come and see Ben tomorrow. Okay? I will.
So with that, I will entertain a motion to accept the retirement of Superintendent Crowley.
Move to accept.
We have a motion by Ms. Azanero. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations on your
Thank you.
soon to be effective retirement. And with that, to inform the public, it is the school committee's what the school committee is going to do is essentially move forward with the process that involves a formal meeting with now Assistant Superintendent Dr. Ferrand, who is our resident and very knowledgeable, capable, and proven administrative leader for what I would call a right of first refusal, because speaking personally, I think she would be doing us a favor more than we are doing her a favor. So there will be an executive session meeting for a formal evaluation, discussion of goals and vision and alignments to what the school committee is looking for as well, just to dot our I's and cross our T's. But I'm excited to come to the next public meeting with some formal, solid, and great news. And it's my anticipation that at that point we will be presenting our Dr. Ferrand as our next superintendent. And I'll go out on that limb publicly and say that. And I really don't think it's a thin limb to go out on. So, next item.
The next item is the Director of Finance report by Craig Enos with a monthly financial update.
No, you
Mr.
don't.
Chair, if I may,
No.
I'm sorry. I just want to, there are some appointments just for
Yes, please.
informational purposes I wanted
Yeah,
to
you don't
share with
approve
the
You don't
committee.
vote on them, but, yeah. Poor Lori's waiting up there.
So we have an appointment
No,
of
we're not, listen, we're gonna wait till, like, can we table those appointments? What do you think?
No, leave her alone, she's waiting.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Lori.
She's here?
Yes.
We've appointed Emily Fox as a resource teacher for the Riverside Middle School effective February 28th, 2022. Taylor Jenkins as an art teacher for Riverside Middle School effective March 7th, 2022. And Laurie Marchand as the principal of Martin Middle School effective July 1 of 2022.
Congratulations, Lori.
Can I just ask one question? not to Lori. This is just the one art teacher, right? We still need another art teacher at RMS?
Yes.
Okay, just thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And okay, next item, please.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Just quickly to revisit fiscal year 20. So we had some other expenses that came in, which you'll be approving a little bit later on. So our year-end surplus for fiscal year 21, I'm sorry, so for fiscal year 21, $1,955,113. So a little bit down from last month. You know, you do have bills that just tend to show up that didn't get paid. In terms of the current fiscal year, very briefly, we really do remain in good shape. We are on target for our budgeted expenses, and we remain on target for the revenue for year to date at this point. Are there any specific questions that you have about the finance report?
Just a quick question. We're still going to continue to feed our kids at school. We have the money for that?
We are. So currently, all students are receiving free lunch. The discussions that the Department of Education has had with us is that it's not clear what's going to happen yet for next year. So they're realizing that it's been such a good benefit for everyone, but they haven't officially come out to say to us how it's going to play out yet for the next year. One of the good things that recently happened was they decided to do a rollback for students who, what we call a direct cert, who can get free lunch based upon their need. And what they did was they did a rollback because there were some families that fell off, and they actually did a rollback and they went and grabbed the numbers from last year. So we actually have another almost 200 students who will qualify for free lunch, depending upon what happens at the beginning of the next school year. So as that news comes up, I'll be sure to share that with you. So
Thank
that
you,
you're
Craig.
aware.
I'm sure you'll keep us updated. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Enos?
I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask this question, but we have money in this budget to continue hiring the people that we're losing, correct?
Yeah, we have, everyone, every position that we budgeted has been filled, and if it hasn't been filled, it's been posted. So,
Okay,
yep.
okay, thank you.
And just to follow up on the special education piece, while I do like to save a penny here and there, be assured that the superintendent and the director of pupil personnel make sure that all of the needs for our special education students are taken care of. So, yep.
On that note, sometimes around this time of year, we stop allowing people to spend money. Are we doing that?
No, we are not.
Okay.
No, in fact, we remind the principals, spend. In fact, we told them to start gathering and ordering their next year school supplies now, just in case any shortages come up. But you know, most schools know what they're ordering for the start of the school year, for the most part. So no, we have not placed a freeze on any ordering.
And paper, how's that looking?
No, paper's good.
Okay, good.
Paper's good.
Any other questions for Mr. Enos?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is the Policy Committee report by Jessica Beauchesne.
Okay, so we're back to the residency policy again. This is just to add what you guys would like to add, and that would be the two, well, that we all would like to add, the affidavits that are in your packet, so that they would have to be signed, one by the parent and one by the owner / landlord. This is not up for a vote tonight, and I'm not sure that this part would have to be, because I think this would be just the procedural part of it, or, so we're just gonna add it on, because the policy's the policy.
Correct.
And then this part would just be the procedure that has to happen with the policy. I believe I am correct on that.
That is my understanding, and I'll defer to anyone else on the committee that has a differing opinion. But that is my understanding, absolutely. This is a matter of procedure to
Right,
execute the
so
policy.
I haven't heard from anyone that either of these two documents are not appropriate or not liked.
Any questions with regards?
We've seen these quite a few times now, so it's just adding them on.
Okay. Thank you. Cool. Next item, please.
Next item is the Building Committee report by Joe Montero with the building project update.
So, very briefly, and again, you all have the report, the OPM report, which was presented at last night's Building Committee meeting. Thank you, Ben. So we did get our full, as I think I noted at last month's meeting, we had been getting our temporary certificate of occupancy kind of a month at a time as they were waiting for the emergency systems and so forth to go through their final testing, which they had, and they were approved. And at that point, the state did issue us our temporary certificate of occupancy up through September 1st of 2022. Their requirement is that the complete project be done before they give your permanent certificate of occupancy. So that is basically the final piece to that, is when the campus is complete, then they'll issue the final full CO. Commissioning, they still go through your mechanical and plumbing is ongoing, including rooftop units and boxes, chillers. They meet weekly. FF&E we're still working on, still procuring a few things. We're still in the process. Our IT folks are finalizing that production studio for the students, which I'm excited to see that come into play. Construction 90.6% complete based on the work. Punch list, so there's ongoing punch lists for certain things. Gym flooring, April vacation, they're gonna redo some of the poly discolored on the gym floor, so they're gonna address that, and some of the trim around the edge of the little detail stuff that is not going undone, unnoticed, and will be corrected. Again, May 4th is when they're expecting that main entrance by the new clock tower to be accessible. And in that time frame, these dates may wiggle a little bit, but you're going to see eventually the elimination of those two outer north and south entrances, and a move to that main entrance by the clock tower, and then you'll notice that ramp of gravel that lines up with the the shopping plaza light. That will be the secondary entrance and exit eventually. So they'll continue to work on that, and again, there's completion dates which you guys can see for the different phases. Ben, you can just go right to some of the photos. You see the clock tower staging, which, I mean, we drive by it, so we know that it's further along. The performing arts sign. So those are two pedestal signs that we put on either end, directional signs on each end of the building. One will say performing arts, the other one says athletics. Dugout bleachers. I'm just going to speak to what's going on out front for those that aren't aware or may have forgotten or just didn't know at all. So you have, if you're facing the building, the larger field to the left is your baseball field, which will have an oversized outfield. And to the right of the main entrance will be a softball field, also with an oversized outfield, both having removable outfield fences, because those outfields will be used for multi-purpose, so soccer, and youth lacrosse. I'm sure they can line and so forth. So again, multi-purpose is the key there, and the fencing that will be in place, it'll be such that we could essentially have a ball game in the morning and host soccer games, 2 hours later. So the functionality of the campus will be significantly improved and a great asset to the community. All turf. You see the light posts going in, and budget, we are still significantly under budget, in good shape with, there's still $3 million in owner contingency, construction over $1 million, and those numbers we're working on a daily basis. So, again, that's kind of the 30,000-foot view on that. You guys have had this report. Are there any questions from the committee?
So the parking and roads that's projected to be complete on August 31st is the final thing?
Yeah, so there'll be additional parking basically in between the ball fields and the building, the school. There'll be additional parking in there. So you'll see completion of those roads. And just the workflow, it'll look slightly different. The way the way you're coming in will change because that southerly road won't exist. So that will be the outer end of a parking area. So, anything else?
Through the chair, last night at the building committee meeting, it was said that the major items on the punch list have been completed.
Yeah, probably the gym floor is probably major just in, visibility and use, and that'll be done in April. What we found with that was, other than, the baseboard trim around the edge, more notably was when they laid the poly down on the floor. I'm not a floor guy, but I'd say probably a matter of thickness or what have you. So where you have white lettering, you'll notice there's some discoloration. So it just, we did not accept that right away, but it was a matter of letting the seasons run their course so that the students and the athletes could use the space. So April vacation is slated to address that. And there are other, again, if there's a piece of trim on some casing that's going on, and those are things that Chris Murphy and the staff have worked together to identify. As you start using things, you open a cabinet and you might notice something. So those may or may not, pop up as we go through because we're still in that phase. But for major items, the floor.
But that's the impression I got from last night's meeting, is that all of the big parts, all of the major working pieces, everything is working
Yes.
the way it should be right now.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
There are places that in the school where that with high traffic some of these places have a little bit of wear already, but these are high traffic areas.
Right, and again, those are some of the things, and it's great to be in a position from a budget standpoint, right, to look at, okay, now the building is in play, now it's in use, and you can say, all right, you know what, we're seeing this, what would be helpful is, so one of the, of note when you talk about traffic, so some of the corners in the building, you know, where you add in some corner guards. Now we're looking at high traffic, you know, straight walls that just are gathering spaces and, you know, maybe are experiencing a little bit more contact. So, okay, so now that's been brought forward, and we'll review that with the architects to look at options. So those are the types of things where you say, okay, you know what, we're noticing this. Can we make an adjustment to something that might create a little bit better function and longer lasting and increased durability?
Yeah, those were not things that were major malfunctions, but something that has to be addressed.
Correct, correct. I would say of note, probably we have a couple rooftop units, right?
Two.
We have two, right? Two rooftop units that they don't know, and I saw the last report actually as of this morning, so I didn't get an update, where they don't know if it's a rooftop unit or one of the in-between units in a particular office space where it's a little colder than it should be. So that's why I say, like, some of that stuff is adjusting. Band and chorus, okay, well, it's a matter of, you know, let's redirect, you know, where the blowers go, because again, now we're in the space, and how does it actually feel? But, and those things, is when we talk about commissioning, right? So those things have still not been signed off on because they're still being tweaked and adjusted as the building's in use, so.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Next item, please.
Next item is discussion items, starting with organizational chart update by Ms. Beauchesne.
We just kind of needed to update it.
Yeah, yep, and we did,
And
so it's in your packet, yep.
Just so, you know, going further, we know
Mm-hmm.
where we're going. Thank you.
Next item is naming of high school. Sorry about that. Next item is naming, under discussion, naming of high school stadium to Townie Stadium, first passage.
So I think I already said my piece about this already. Last meeting, I brought it to all the school committee members. It was a discussion item as well. It wasn't for a vote. At that time, I believe there was Max who had an item to say that he said that he would like to wait until, you know, he wanted to hear what the public had to say. Other than that, I don't believe any other sitting school committee member had anything to say about it. I heard nothing from anybody over the last 2 weeks about this. Like I said, I did receive some emails for and against this. I am looking out for what I believe to be everybody in East Providence. Again, it's a vote. It was not meant to hurt anybody's feelings or to say that someone should get something named after them and somebody shouldn't get something named after them. I thought this was the best way to name it after everybody, and that everyone going forward and past and present could be supportive of the stadium. That was my intention. That still is my intention tonight. But once again, it goes for a vote.
Through the chair.
Please.
We heard a lot, I think, of comments tonight. I think it was good that we heard what we did here. We stand on the shoulders of those who come before us. Now, that saying's been around a long time. And sometimes I'm afraid that we will lose touch with some of the people that have helped make this city such a great city. I knew Bill and Sheila Stringfellow. I know Sandy Gorham. Bill and Sandy were not politicians. Sheila was somewhat of a politician, but knowing them all, I think we owe it to them. We owe it to people like George Poley, who was mentioned tonight, who put soccer in East Providence on the map. Jim Deffley, another great football coach who was here for a number of years. This is not personal. This should not be confrontational. I probably knew Bill and Sheila better than any of the others that were just mentioned. And Bill and Sheila were involved in this community. They were part of the fabric of this community. You'd see them around town. And you'd always get a hello from a Bill or Sheila. So, but this is, as many have said, like Bob Brady, this is not a competition. Since our last meeting, I've been thinking of and talking to people who like the name Circle of Champions or the Ring of Champions, and we have a great history in this city. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to lose our institutional memory of the people who've come before us. Just because we don't remember somebody doesn't mean they weren't a big part of the city. And there will be more champions that come. And oh, by the way, whatever the school committee does can always be undone. So I cannot support that name. I think we can do better than that. I think with all the great minds we have in this city, like the people that are here tonight, I think we can come up with a better resolution. So no, I will not be supporting this. Policies change and school committees change policies. So I just think we need to hunker down and come up with a better solution, a better name, because I think we can all do better as a community. Thank you.
I guess I'll just say that, and it's unfortunate that it seems like I've had to put more thought time into this and more time into answering questions towards this than towards things which, in my opinion, actually impact, students, teachers, and parents. And I did say, last time that I wanted to hear what people said, but I think more importantly what I said was I don't want to set the precedent where we go down the path where every month we end up, going over different things to name, and we become the naming committee in a sense, and now we're taking 3 hours a meeting because next meeting we're going to end up wanting to name the greenhouse or, something else, and then meeting after meeting we focus more on naming stuff than on other things. And I know it seems like that's an opinion that not anyone else has, but I just feel like we've spent too much time on this already, and that's time that could have been better spent on other things. And it's tough because I feel like there's no clear solution to it because, if we name it Townie Pride Stadium, which, yes, that's a great name, I'm just concerned that it'll be undone, one, and two, it's just going to create more controversy, and now all the people who didn't support that are going to, look for other ways to name something else, and then it's just going to be a repetitive spiral month after month, and all in all, that's taking time away from what I believe is really important that we're supposed to be doing, which is talking about things like curriculum. I have a curriculum item on the agenda. No one public commented about it, saying anything about it. They're too concerned about a name. And in my opinion, that's just, that's not something that I think is fair. So I don't really know what else to say, but I just don't think that this is the thing that we should primarily be focusing on. And while I do love the name Townie Pride Stadium, I don't see the benefit that it's going to bring for what we think it's going to do, which is, protect the name. I think if we just didn't name the stadium at all, that would, in the future, allow it to do what we originally said we wanted, which is leave it for, future generations to decide what to do with it. But that's just my opinion.
Any other? Salt? I mean, I stated earlier my position, or my intention, my vision for this campus to belong to the generations that we set out to serve, and it's not it's not a notion of disrespect to those that came before us, because there are many, and from a personal level, let's face it, I grew up in this city, going to all of these different schools, and it wasn't until 2012, when I was on the school committee, was the first time that there was a minority name presented, voted for, and approved in any school building space. So when we talk about who feels at home, so this is a community, right? So this is what I'm talking about. So it becomes, and I think Mr. Brady said it, right? It becomes, well, who has, who can basically make the loudest cheer, gets to claim the space. And, I agree with them. Policy stinks. I think, and Max is right. I mean, we've become a community of, let me hurry up and grab, hurry up and grab, hurry up and grab. I mean, there was a field out there for years. Nobody wanted, but now here we are doing this. And it's a stadium. I've gotten the calls. Residents, Yankee Stadium is Yankee Stadium. We've probably all heard that, right? But Yankee Stadium is Yankee Stadium. The Giants playing in this stadium. Name stadiums, Gillette Stadium, yes, name Gillette, because there's a significant contribution that's given into that stadium to pay to have that name on there, right? So, I mean, if our naming policy actually said, contribution has to be in financial dollars to the school district where it supports the children, I'd be the first one to make a motion or cast my vote on that one, because now we're talking about directly impacting students. And that's where, when I suggested to the committee, if you want to start entertaining other names, or you don't like the way the policy is written, that's fair. I don't like it either. But there's a process, as was asked. What's the process? Well, in my opinion, the process is followed, and I would disagree respectfully with the comments that the notion of, well, just have a forum, because in one breath it was, well, we don't want it to be contentious and a competition, but then the suggestion of, well, let's get everybody in one room and have them make their argument as to who should get it. Well, how does that not result in my person's better than your person, and this is why? And I mean, there's nothing towny about that. Like, this is, so, first of all, I want to commend Ms. Beauchesne, whether anyone likes the name Townie Stadium or not. I think to ignore the purpose, which was to avoid this, I think is noble and comes from the best place. And as someone who absolutely has not always gotten along together, but the one thing I will say is, this is a woman that I don't care where she grew up, has definitely given more to this community than the $3,500 a year stipend that she gets. So to insinuate otherwise, I think is just flat out ignorant and just uncalled for. So, Townie Stadium, what do I like about it? The policy says significant contributions to the facility or space. This $189.5 million project, we got 74.5% reimbursement on the building. No reimbursement dollars went to any field or going to any field on this campus. That means that the townies of East Providence are bearing 100% of the cost of these fields. So the contribution that is building these fields goes on the residents. You want to call it city stadium, you want to call it community stadium, I really don't care. But there's a contribution, there's a cost, because had it not been built, nobody would be here asking for the old stadium or the old field. Nobody. So who does it belong to? It belongs to the taxpayers. Every taxpayer has contributed to these fields, to that stadium. When their kids walk in there, when they go into the stands, that's who paid for it, 100%. This school building, we paid for 26, 25%, whatever you want to call it. But out there, that's 100% taxpayer dollars. 135 point whatever of that 189.5 qualified for the reimbursement, which got us to the 101. So I don't, just in case anybody's trying to do the math in their head. And that's what netted us to the $88 million total all-in obligation by the voters and residents and taxpayers of East Providence. So that's why that idea appeals to me. Doesn't mean that I mean, I have the greatest respect. I didn't play for either coach. My brother played for Mr. String, and Mr. Gorham was teacher here and a coach here. I think they're great men and absolutely due recognition. I know Coach String fittingly and Mrs. Stringfellow have their names at Pierce Field on the press box, and appropriately so. Again, both of these individuals deserve to be remembered and recognized in some fashion. And if my personal opinion is if the policy wants to be changed, so be it. As far as the name of the stadium, you know, as Ms. Beauchesne said, you know, the stadium says that, I mean, the policy I think states that if it's in someone's name, it can be removed if they do something that's, you know, basically removes them of being worthy of that recognition. Well, it's just as easy to rename something. If you don't like Townie Stadium and you want to change it to something else, that's a lot easier than taking a person's name. I couldn't imagine taking a person's name off of a space to replace it with somebody else unless they had done something horrendous. So once it goes up there, it's not going away. And I think the policy states that significant contributions. And I don't know for that specific facility and space per the policy, nobody has made a contribution to that space more than the taxpayers of East Providence. So. And I'll add, I'm sorry, I wish we were never even doing this, and I'll go back to that first statement. So the only reason why it's up here is to keep people from, geez Louise, I want this, I want a name, I even said it, right? When the steel went in the ground before the first request came in, I said we should put a moratorium on naming in this district because it's going to get ugly.
I just want to make one comment. Usually people come out for something when they want something. We all know that. We lost middle school sports, we came out for it. They're going to close Oldham, we came out for it. Everyone goes to fundraisers because that's what you do, you go out for it. Everyone came out here tonight because they want something. A lot of people stayed home. I got a lot of emails asking me not to do this, not to name it after somebody. So I just want you to remember that this is not just the people that showed up today. There are people who didn't show up because they don't want it. It's easier to stay home. This has been an ongoing battle since this school has started. Again, I'm not here, obviously, to make friends. You guys are all here against me because of something that I thought was right. I still think it's right. It's for everybody. However, I do understand the need to immoralize worthy townies that have come before us, that are on the wall, in the hallway, some that didn't go to East Providence High School, and the ones that are in college right now, hopefully getting in to baseball real soon. We all know one of them. You have the Jamie Silvas of the world who made it. We don't know where this is going. I mean, Grant, for goodness sake, could be president of the United States. If anybody comes to these meetings and listens to him, he's amazing. We don't know what's going to happen. And I just think if you just name it what it is, because that's what it is, it's Townie Stadium. Not Townie Pride, by the way, Max, just Townie Stadium. That's what I asked for. It's what's on the agenda. Then we could add, and yes, we would have to fix the policy, but we could add, the Gorham Gates that have been talked about. We could add Stringfellow Way. We can add stuff. But to put somebody's name on this, which is what I don't want to do, and that's why it's on the agenda, and that's why it was up for discussion. And by the way, this has to happen twice. So we all have to come back here again. If it passes tonight, we have to come back here again. If it doesn't pass, somebody else is just going to come up again. We're going to have to name it that, and then it's going to go for 2 passages again. So every time we do this, it's 2 times. So plan your schedule accordingly.
Anything else?
I guess I'll just repeat my my thoughts that I shared the last meeting that we had. I appreciate the intent that went into thinking of the name Townie Stadium and the purpose of it unifying the city. So I just want to state that up again, and again, thanks for bringing this to the table as well for discussion.
Okay. Next is impact to Riverside Middle School regarding new plans for a rec area. Ms. Beauchene. So without throwing you under the bus, Ricardo, I could not make the meeting tonight because it was the same time that we were meeting here. Did you get to go, and do you get any update that you could share with us, if you wouldn't mind? Sorry, he's my councilman, so I'm gonna... You're gonna have to refer that to the mayor. Okay. Okay. Okay, so like you said, we'll refer it to the mayor's office. I will tell you the part that I know from speaking with our athletic director, because there was an issue whether or not that softball field would be usable for the March 27th start date. I was told yes, it would be. That date the softball field would be ready, and that the Parks and Recs would have that field prepared, all the fields over by there. I did walk my dogs this morning through the walkway because I had heard that there were some branches. Could it be opened up more? I would think yes. It could be opened up a little more. It was not dangerous to walk through. There is work being done right outside the school. I mean, it's loud. I'm not gonna lie, it's during school hours. I don't know to what portion we are at this point. I did explain to the
the school committee that this did pass a couple years ago. I guess we just didn't know it was starting right away, or like, not right away, 2 years later. And
Via some money, your
Yeah.
opera money. That's where
so
you're getting your money
they
from.
got the money and it started, so.
But to clarify, if I may,
Yeah.
it didn't pass here because we don't own that
No,
land.
I
It
don't.
passed with the city. I just want to, because there was some confusion that, some folks thought that it was a school, project or in conjunction with, but.
Tony
that's
and
it.
I will go and meet with the mayor, okay, and we'll get you some answers, okay?
Thank
We'll go meet with the mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Next is 2021-22 field trips. Mr. Brandel.
So I put this on the agenda just because I wanted a general overview of the status of field trips in the district this year. I know since COVID happened, I'm sure there's been a change. So what I'm really just curious about is, how often are we having them? How much funds maybe are going into them versus do we need more funding?
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, field trips are resuming. They were resuming at the beginning of the year, but still distancing and mask required. The high school has been out. The elementary schools are planning their field trips. They usually plan them for the spring of the end of the school year, when they can count on the weather and they wouldn't have to cancel. So they have plenty. They have Title I monies to do for field trips. Your Title I schools, Myron J. Francis is not a Title I school. PTOs also sponsor field trips, and we do have a line item in the budget for field trips. So I'm hoping they're going to, I've seen some applications come in, so I know they're starting up again. Right, Sandy? Yeah.
Max, as a PTA president, it's very hard to raise money the last 2 years.
Right, and that's kind of why I asked, if maybe more funding is something that we could look into.
We have it in the ESSER funds too, field trips,
Right.
so we can use it. Yep, we will.
All right.
Absolutely, if they ask.
And this might be a more specific question, but when we do our field trips, obviously we don't know every single field trip that's happening, but do we know if we do like any local field trips? Maybe like, for example, one that could, like a field trip to Hunts Mills or something like that, which could be tied into local history.
Oh, yeah, they try to tie it into the curriculum on the field trips that they go, and yes, they do local, they'll do out of state, they'll do field trips to colleges, any number of places, museums. Sandy,
Yeah, we've had like 22 go out this year, and I actually have some that just came in. So we do Hunts Mills, they've done Willett Pond, Save the Bay in Providence. There's a bunch of different ones. They've gone to Showcase, Plymouth Plantation, Johnson & Wales University. So we are starting to see more and more come in, which is exciting that we're really getting back to letting our kids go and have these different adventures. So.
All right. Is there like a general like on average a charge for like each field trip? Like, is it a reasonable charge, or do we feel like it's something that's more than what most parents would want to pay?
Do we charge?
No child is restricted from going on a field trip because they can't pay. It's during the school day. Okay?
Oh, really?
Yes. Oh, no. Oh, no. We don't do that. If the... What? Yeah, if it's during the school day. Children, no child is kept back because they can't afford it. The principal knows who those families are, or sometimes they reach out and we just take care of it.
Did that change recently, or has it been like that?
It's been like that ever since I have been here, yes.
Okay.
And I would say prices are going to be reasonable this year based on everything that's happening at the gas pumps. So you can imagine what buses are going to begin to cost, so I caution you with that as I look at $5 a gallon on my way up here tonight. But yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue with the mileage. I'm sure we're going to see an increase in costs. But we still would foster.
So Max, even though students didn't go out, they did bring in different types of opportunities. So for instance, some schools brought in the Zoomobile, they brought in the, I want to call it the aquarium place, but I know that's not what it's called. There's a, I'm going to call it a traveling fish show, but it's more than that, for lack of a better word. And they also have, you know, like visiting authors who come in. So even though students may not get out, the principals are very good at bringing people in. And we usually call those in-house field trips.
All right, thank you. That's good to know.
I have one question. When are the field trips kind of planned, I guess? Is it in the beginning of the school year, or is it only once the spring is closer?
Answer that. I can't hear that.
Usually they're mapped out in the beginning of the year, but because it was so uncertain whether we would be getting out this year, I think people are now planning and putting them out. You know, it's only been recently that we've allowed mixed pods on buses and everything, so teachers are planning right now.
Thank you.
Is there a way that at the end of the year, and you know, only if this isn't too bothersome, but if we could, maybe not like a complete list, but just a general overview of some of the different field trip offerings throughout the district?
Dr. Florian can get it for you.
All right,
But we
just
do
to get
keep
like
a
an idea.
spreadsheet of all of the field trips that go out, so we can share this with you at the end of the year.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Next item, again, Mr. Brandel, on Subcommittee for Curriculum and Student Achievement/Needs.
Right, so I had this item put on the agenda because the way I look at this, I'd want it to be something that would operate similar to how the, you know, policy committee operates, which is, you know, there could be a publicly broadcasted meeting either once a month, or we have that meeting and then we have, you know, other meetings on the side to, you know, address different parts of curriculum. And then we bring those recommendations or any information that we learn from this meeting to the school committee meeting, and then here we, you know, go over new information and recommendations. And I think the benefit of this in part is so that way the school committee is getting an update on, you know, curriculum each month as opposed to, you know, wider gaps. And, you know, I think having the opportunity for 2 school committee members to specialize a little more deeper into curriculum, which me and Jenny already have, you know, the meetings. There was a slight pause, but we did have meetings once a month with Dr. Bowler, and we're getting back into that. But I do think that the opportunity, you know, could still grow larger if we, you know, consider who else we could add to these meetings. You know, for example, I was talking about adding, like, you know, the Shout group to it, maybe, you know, different staff members, teachers who analyze, you know, curriculum and looking for new ways to improve it. Maybe even the, you know, 2 committee members could go, you know, into the schools, view, you know, classrooms that are applying different things and see, you know, how stuff's going, and just to give them a better understanding of curriculum in general. And so tonight, obviously this isn't an action item, but I did want to, you know, go over brainstorming this with the rest of the school committee. And I'm sure Jenny has something to say if she wants to talk, because she's also involved in this.
Yeah, so can I, so you're talking, I think you're talking 2 different things. A subcommittee for curriculum is not what you're dealing with Dr. Bowler with, right?
Oh, no, it's
That's
not
the
what we're
equity
doing,
issues
but
and all that,
we'd,
yeah.
But yeah, we, you know,
Okay.
build on top of that.
So they do have curriculum committee meetings in the school, because we have adopted, and you've been here for the adoption of the math curriculum.
Right.
And were you, yeah, for the ELA curriculum too, I think, the year
I
before.
believe so. Yeah.
So those are state curriculums that we are supposed to adopt when they give us choices and all of that. So we have a literacy coach and a math coach that oversee those meetings, and we have curriculum committees in each one of the academic areas. So they could invite, you could go to those meetings, they're meetings during the day, and you could be involved in those curriculum meetings, and that's where they discuss, for example, what's working in the curriculum, what isn't working, changes in the curriculum, because when I first arrived, and I mentioned it tonight, teachers were just given the curriculum. They had no voice in the curriculum. Remember that, Mr. Montiero? And so that's why we have these committees, and they're on a cycle, 5-year cycle to review. So we're in our second cycle. We picked ELA, and then math was next. Now science is next year. So you could, if you could make it during the day with the coach, or set up something with the coach of like ELA or math, and do it the way you're talking with Dr. Bowler. Is that kind of what you were thinking about?
Yeah, that's like, generally what I was thinking of.
If we'd
and that would
like to
depend on, if Dr. Bowler has the time. I know she's very busy. I don't want her to overextend herself, but.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Well, I know you're not worried about that.
Listen, Max, I feed her. She's okay with these things.
Give her water too
she's-
sometimes.
She's an expert, in that area. She went to the ELA, but Dr. Fran also, she participated in the middle school math, series at the city. But we could arrange something, and maybe one of the meetings, like you could have Kelly on it to go over the ELA, or then.
And just to add on, I think it would be helpful for at least 2 of us on the school committee to attend those meetings, because I know, correct me if I'm wrong, each school meets at least once a month as well, and it's a public meeting on, what I believe it's the SIT team meets together, and and they discuss, what projects they're working on and everything like that, which includes curriculum. But I also think it'd be nice to have a place on the agenda to discuss, what we learned from whatever meetings we attended that month. That way we can, share the information to the public as well as the rest of the school committee as well, to kind of, again, highlight and focus, what I think a lot of us up here ran for these positions here is to be able to, really focus more on the education aspect. And I think having that spot on the agenda would really allow for that discussion amongst us here, and also to inform the public on, what the great work that the community is doing regarding the curriculum and other projects that schools are focusing on as well. So I really like the idea of that, Max, of being able to be able to do that and really focus again on education. And again, that's why I ran. So
Right.
it'd be great to, be able to focus a lot on that.
And I'm glad you mentioned the agenda piece, because I do think it's, one of the biggest parts of this was that I wanted on each school committee agenda for there to be like a little section where, one of us or both of us could report on our findings each month, whether it be recommendations, information, anything along those lines, just so that way the school committee and the public, sees that we're being transparent with curriculum. If they have any questions, they can ask us, and we can either answer them or refer them to whoever we need to.
Yeah, so, the 3 of us will sit down and we'll arrange for something, Max, we'll put something on next month.
All right.
Something on next month, okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll talk to Dr. Bowler, Dr. Fran, and we'll arrange something, okay?
All right, thank you.
Put it on the agenda. You might want to start with the equity issues that you've been talking with Dr. Bowler.
Oh, yeah.
To begin with. Why don't we do that?
Okay.
All right?
For sure.
Are we
All right.
establishing a subcommittee right now? I need clarification, because it sounds like you're establishing a subcommittee. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, what I heard was the subcommittee on the equity already existed. We already approved that before with Max, Jenny, and Dr. Bowler just working on the equity piece. What they're talking about with curriculum is, she said it would be on the agenda, is what I heard, that they'll come back. So there'll be discussion on something. So the development of something, but we don't know quite yet what that is. That's what I heard.
Well, I just, when you talk about curriculum, that's a very specific area, and you have experts in that throughout the school district. So, sure, attend meetings as long as the school, has has the meeting, go ahead and attend the meeting. You have that right, I imagine, as a school committee member, but,
Well, it's also, I support the idea because as a school committee, just like every other issue, we are representing our constituents. So so when having, as I think, Jenny, if I could hear you correctly, right, where we have public reports at the meetings talking about, those topics, if it's feedback, results on curriculum and, potential adjustments, and so forth. I think having, just like any other subcommittee, having members of the school committee, whoever they may be, that are representing residents to weigh in and report back is basically the function, right, of every other.
okay, just a question. Have you both gotten questions from parents about curriculum?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay,
And,
so the parents want to know what curriculum is going on in the schools?
Yes.
And have you gotten answers?
Yes.
Yes, thanks to Dr. Bowler, who's
Okay, so
been kind enough to really be in good communication with us and answer all the questions, thankfully, yes. But I think it'd be nice to be able to share the rest of the information to the rest of the city, especially with the hard work that a lot of these SIT teams are doing in each school. It's, I think, important to highlight the amount of work and effort and time that people are dedicating to that. Because I think a lot of times those people that, whether it be teachers, principals, parents that take the additional time in their day to meet together and discuss, whatever the school needs, I think a lot of that hard work gets overlooked, and this is the opportunity to really, highlight the hard work that those people are doing in our city.
Well, I know that we get the professionals up here that tell us about the curriculum that they're putting together, and I think that's the most valuable information that we have, but I don't think I have yet heard a parent come up here and ask a question about curriculum. So I'm just throwing that out there, and I just don't know how great a need there is, but go for it.
I guess, sorry, Max.
Oh, no, it's okay. Ladies first.
I guess, I don't know, maybe it's because Max and I do such a good job at getting back to our constituents, is that a lot of our constituents maybe don't feel the need that they need to come in
Like
on a
Jessica
Tuesday.
says, they stay home, right, Jessica? People
But,
stay home if they feel good.
I always welcome people to contact me, and thankfully I've always received, parents getting into communication with me, and I always get back to them and I have the answers for them, and if I don't at that moment, I defer to Dr. Bowler or the superintendent or Dr. Ferrand or whoever I need to, and
I will
get them the
say-
answers they need.
With our ideas, all right, and we'll start. With sharing, his mic went out too, Charlie. So we'll talk with Dr. Bowler, and we'll start with the equity issues that you were working with Dr. Bowler with, and then we'll move into the curriculum area, and we'll have it on. We'll arrange some type of meeting that you could sit in on for the curriculum pieces when they meet. Okay, things like that. So
All right.
we'll put some ideas together, and we'll get back to you. All right?
Sounds good. And I
But
just
we'll
wanted to
start
add,
next
Charlie,
month,
that-
definitely, with your conversations with Dr. Bowler and reporting those out.
All right.
Because
and
that's
I-
a big issue.
I just wanted to add that I have a lot of friends my age, and I know they have friends, and I just know people who also still go to our schools, specifically the high school, and they have plenty of questions about curriculum. It's funny because they're obviously not going to come to a school committee meeting because they have better things to do like play Fortnite, but they will definitely message me either like on Instagram or Facebook or Snapchat, which I don't even know how to use, so that's showing my age already. But they'll ask me about like curriculum and stuff, so I'll give them answers. So I think it's beneficial.
And I even suggest, I don't know, maybe like on the agenda it could just read as like curriculum, I don't know, committee report or curriculum report or something like that, just a suggestion.
I think I think it's a great idea anyway. We approve these, state approved, but then district chosen curriculums, and too often we just approve, check the box, and move on, and we never revisit to basically evaluate, what we're seeing for results. Are we seeing the impact that, the improvements that we set out for? So, having some kind of process that communicates to the public, to the committee and the public, how those chosen curriculums are impacting the students, I think is beneficial.
So just to clarify, Superintendent Crowley, you said that you're going to set up a meeting with me, you, and Jenny to, discuss what this is going to look like on the next agenda?
No. You're going to have a meeting with Dr. Bowler.
Dr. Bowler?
Yeah, you, Jenny, will have a meeting with Dr. Bowler. We'll put it on under
All
the
right.
title. And because you just started to pick up with her, but you met with her last year, and you were talking about the equity issues and how is it incorporated into the curriculum.
Right.
So we'll do something with that.
All right.
Hold it, we were talking about a lot of things in general, so let's not just focus on equity. We talked about.
All right.
We talked about different types of questions, or it could have been a curriculum question, it could have been a logistic question, it could have been.
Well, you choose.
I'm not choosing anything. I'm just trying to clarify.
Celeste, okay, so.
I'm just trying to clarify that it wasn't
Dr. Bowler, I
just
think if you
one
remembered, it was
issue.
either the first or second meeting that I joined in. I don't know if you remember the list of things and just ideas that I had. I think Jenny remembers. I probably had 10 things.
It was a list of things, that's what I mean.
I was just dumping random things on you.
Super appreciative that Dr. Bowler would, really had the patience with us. And, we were recently newly elected officials and, had a huge list of questions and wanted to be, informed on everything that was going on with that. But thank you, Dr. Bowler, for all your time that you have, because I know you've been incredibly busy and you've had to step in on other roles this year. Thank you again for the time that you have given us.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Okay. So next two items, I'll hit item 7. I'll flip the 2. Item 7, custodial contract update I put on here for a very short and brief purpose. And both of these items are really put on here in an effort to quell the rising political games to divide. The 5 of us have worked up here for over a year collectively. I don't believe we've been pretty unified on all issues, and there is an outstanding unfinished contract with our custodial union, unfortunately, and there have been hints out there that things basically aren't being done appropriately or to the best of the school department's ability. So what I am going to ask is for our attorney, Ben Scungio, to meet with the entire school committee to give an update as to where things are, which, by the way, we do have some dates of some progression, which is great. And the folks in the bargaining unit have been great, and some of them are dear friends and frankly extended family. So it's important that we get this thing done. But more importantly, on this issue, if there are any questions about where we are with this process as a school department, the entire school committee will be briefed in that executive session meeting and have an opportunity to express any concerns or thoughts that things are not being handled to their liking. So that way, again, let's eliminate the finger pointing, and let's make some progress and continue to work together. The other item that I put up here under myself and Mr. Chonis has to do with the high school maintenance. I'll say that maintenance plan, for the record, is not a school building project item. It is a school committee item. So any one of us can report back on the status of the maintenance plan. I did report at the last meeting that the school committee contracted with the company to develop that plan, the plan that was presented to the building committee as an option. School committee contracted for $9,000. There were 2 parts to that plan. One was a staffing plan, which I believe somebody on here received, because I know that it's out there. That staffing plan was then part of a discussion between district leadership and the union leadership, and they've moved forward. They're working with that, and I'll get to that. The other piece of that was the maintenance of the systems of this building, which there are a multitude of it. And at the suggestion of, in particular, 2 members of the building committee, co-chair Nate Cahoon and Mr. Manny Venatero, made the suggestion that it would behoove the city to look into long-term preventative maintenance contract with the qualified firm, basically some of the installers of this equipment, to perform these duties on contract, the preventative maintenance and sustainment of these systems. So that would supplant any maintenance plan, which might include, okay, when are we changing filters, when are we doing this? And that is in process. As a matter of fact, Craig Enos received, they're reviewing, he, Mr. Fiola, and Mr. Murphy are reviewing a recent proposal from the vendor to do that. So that's that half of the plan. That being said, $4,500 of that $9,000 contract, and I reported this last meeting, was returned because I went back to Craig and said, Craig, if they're only delivering half of what we contracted for, then we're only going to pay half. And we received half. So there was a $4,500, not a $9,000 bill that was paid for the staffing piece, which is what was being used to structure. Since then, it's my understanding, and if somebody knows different, because again, all 5 of us have access to this information, they've added staff. There's plans to add maintenance once the fields are done, but I don't want to speak to that in detail because I don't manage that in detail. But there was a statement made that with regards to the cleanliness of the building, the plan that is in place right now, or the steps I should say, is your facilities, your physical plant manager, Mr. Murphy, with the principal, created job sheets for all of the staff that are cleaning this building day, mostly night, for these duties. They are now evaluating essentially the outcome of that work. And based on that, saying, okay, do we adjust the assignment of duties? Is it, there's obviously performance evaluations that would become part of that, but there has been a lot of leniency to allow for these folks to get acclimated and get into their rhythms. So it was asked, well, I heard the building isn't clean and so forth, and it was brought to my attention that Mr. Jonas, and that's where I'll look for you to clarify that you agreed with this person, but the other 4 of us did not agree, and that you couldn't do anything other than ask questions. And that I was taken aback by that when I saw that, because we've never had a conversation over how the building is being cleaned as a committee, or any actions to change that. So again, as I've laid out what the questions that I've asked, what I just explained to you is what I was told in asking how they're managing and taking steps to look at the cleanliness of the building. To me, I thought that was a reasonable approach and a fair approach to the staff. But I absolutely think that the 5 of us should be on the same page, because nobody has disagreed with anybody on anything. Quite frankly, a discussion has never happened. And if it needs to happen, then let's have it happen. And if you want them to change their approach, then let's say so.
Well, through the chair, I have asked in the past about the maintenance here at the high school, and I have also asked about maintenance at our other schools. We used to receive reports concerning maintenance throughout the schools. So, I would ask, actually, the high school maintenance plan or is there a maintenance plan on the school department website? Is there anything that addresses maintenance on the school department website?
Do you see one?
I haven't seen one, no.
I can answer it because I'm on there every day now.
So
But
what-
we've
so-
never asked them to put it
So
on
you would
there.
never put the specific duties that are assigned to individuals on a public website? Well, I shouldn't say you
You don't
never.
have to put specific duties.
Well, you're talking about for lack of a better term, a plan for cleaning the building, because the maintenance, the true maintenance that you're talking about, when you talk about the systems, how could you put a plan on the website that hasn't been contracted?
Understand, but we have maintenance going on in our buildings every day, don't we?
Please, so define maintenance, maybe that'll help. Because, and respectfully, I say that because it's been used to be applied to cleaning, and it's been used to be applied to replacing a sign that got knocked off. So when you say maintenance, that's a sincere question.
Well, it is a sincere question, and I think what's confusing about it is there was a time when we had many maintenance problems, and I said this at our last school committee meeting. It seems like no one is complaining about maintenance anymore, and I'll use the general term maintenance, whether you want to refer to that as a broken pipe, ceiling tiles, whatever you want to refer to it as. The air filters that are included, that should be included in all of our buildings, and I'm sure are still on all of our buildings. You know, all of these many, many things come under maintenance. You know, I've not heard of any boilers going down. You know,
Are you speaking in the district or?
in the district.
Okay.
In the district, yeah.
Yeah, I have.
In all the
Right.
boilers down, and we used to have a great deal of problems throughout the district on these types of issues. We no longer get, although Tony Fiol is excellent at getting us information when there is a problem, we don't get director of facilities report anymore. Now, maybe we don't need it, but
It could be on there. I don't.
Yeah, we didn't put it on, we kind of rotate, I hate this, yeah. We were actually, we were trying to rotate. I think he did do a report, a couple of months ago, Mr. Chonas? And so we were trying to rotate some of these reports through so that our meetings wouldn't go on. He certainly can give you another update. Probably we would ask him to anyway, because we're going to talk about summer projects, which we would be doing now. But honestly, our buildings, other than the CTC, which leaks, the roof we have, that's where we are. Our buildings have been doing quite well this winter. Don't forget, the largest building with all the problems is now rubble. So that's where we had, as you know, most of our maintenance concerns in some of those buildings. So they've been doing a great job. And so we can have a report to you. You want to do it in April, Tony? Okay.
We have had, we've discussions as a committee on Martin Middle School and some of the issues that exist at Martin Middle School. Whether it's the roof, I imagine we still need a roof at Martin Middle School. Okay, I mean, to me, that's maintenance.
That's a 5-year plan.
Well, okay, but I mean,
It's in the 5-year plan. All of the buildings that had issues are in the 5/10-year plan, which we can pass out to you again at the next meeting.
well, maybe it's time, because I don't remember any director addressing the 5-year plan lately, or any of the maintenance needs for the district. If we have no maintenance needs, then come on up, 5-minute report, that's great. We have no maintenance needs in the district. But there are things, and I'm sure there are things at Martin Middle School that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Sure. So, easy request to have a facilities update, which has never been asked to be put on the agenda. It hasn't been on there, as the superintendent said, but that's an easy to say, hey, can we get a facilities update? The point of my putting this on the agenda was I was, like I said, I was taken aback, and when I read the statement that you gave to a constituent that you agreed with her concerns, but the other 4 did not agree, and I thought, we've never disagreed on.
I don't know right offhand where that statement was, but.
Yeah, so to that, let's be clear that everyone agrees in that, that these things need to be monitored. With regards to Martin and the 5-year plan, though, I do want to state, we are in the midst of getting an updated district evaluation from AI3 of the schools, which would basically report back to us an up-to-date needs analysis of those buildings. But
That's what I'd like to hear.
we just approved it as a committee.
We
2 months.
approved that like a month or 2 ago. That was very recent.
So that is absolutely,
Through the buildings during They just went through the buildings during February vacation. Tony was away, but I was here. So AI3 went through all of our buildings, except for the high school, and they'll be issuing some type of report, but it'll take them a while to compile all that information and get it out to us. But that's what we've done.
Well, perhaps we can, maybe this is pie in the sky, but maybe we can get some information about Martin Middle School. Is that a project? Is that something that we can have somebody come over?
So to me, this is confusing because we've gotten into a great extent of a presentation by Tony and all parties related. They have presented and given us extensive documentation, and some of us have
I would
even
ask
gotten
that
a
someone
tour.
come to a school committee meeting at that dais over there and give us a picture, an update on Martin Middle School, please.
I just think it's a little.
I think that's a simple ask.
A little frustrating that you're. It sounds like we haven't been given
We're going
that
to the state for a
information.
lot of money for Martin Middle School, are we not? Are we not requesting to do some work at Martin Middle School?
I don't know how else to say this. We're in the midst, literally in the middle, of having architects go through that school and others to report back to us on all of the needs of the school. You're asking for something.
Can someone make a presentation next month?
They won't be
Tony
done
could
next
give
month.
us copies of the 5-year plan.
I mean,
I
if-
know he recently gave copies to me and Jenny, or I think it was sometime last year, but.
So, excuse me. So can't be any clearer. So when the report is complete, it'll be presented publicly. Absolutely. But you're asking for something next month. I'm not going to commit to when that's complete, but it's.
So you're telling me that we can't get a report, this committee cannot get a report next month?
From who? From who?
From Mr. Fiola.
So, yeah, so we can have Mr. Fiola, absolutely. So,
Yeah.
so having, but I just want to be clear because, so having Mr. Fiola come up and report the obvious needs of Martin Middle School, we can do. It'll be a fraction of what that full report will give. But to get that report, that's an easy ask. So
That's
Sharon,
all
on the
I'm-
next agenda.
That's all I'm asking for.
And that's easy. So again, all in agreement. So we'll do a facilities report on next month's from Tony Fiola.
He gave one 2 months ago.
But back in December, we hired a company to go through.
Correct.
Martin was the #1 school.
Correct.
We hired them. They're going through the schools. We all sat here and did it. We talked about other schools. We talked about safety. We couldn't talk about that out here. We talked about it in there. Through all of our schools. We were all at the meeting, whether people watched us at home or not. We discussed Martin Middle School was our #1 concern. It's been our #1 concern since I got on the school committee. It still is our #1 concern. And then we have other schools that need other issues. We know that. Any one of us who wants a maintenance update has every damn right to put it on the agenda. Just like I put something that people are still waiting to see what happens. Everyone has a right to put something on the agenda. Put it on. If you don't like it, you don't want to go through Joel, go through who I go through, because I don't go through Joel.
I have asked...
Wait, I'm not done.
Okay.
As much as people may or may not think, the last person that sat up here was that gentleman, because that's what he cared about. He asked for everything. If you want to ask for it, Charlie, ask for it.
I've asked for it, and I've asked for items on the agenda for the chairman, and I have been censored
Okay,
for
so
some
do
items
what I
on the
do,
agenda.
right there. Right
Sure
there.
I have.
No,
Hold on, no.
let me
no.
finish, and
Sure,
then you
I
can
have.
talk.
But hold on, no, because we're not going to break that. So you've been like so this is what I'm talking about, right? So this is politics in action. So other than, as I stated earlier, when you knowingly requested an additional naming item for this agenda after knowing that the stadium name was already there, that was the one time that I told you that's not going on the agenda because it's already one and we don't do competing requests. And you know that. So to say that I censor you is false, divisive, disingenuous. The list goes on. But I mean, to make the statement, tell me another item. You've never asked for anything else. If you had said, hey, I want a facilities update, I would say, okay. And oh, by the way, you can also make a phone call like the rest of us do to say, hey, Tony, what's the deal over here? I got people asking questions. So in any event,
I think there are certain things that need to be done at a school committee meeting where the public, and recently, like maintenance about Martin Middle School, I just asked, you said yes, but it just seemed like it was a tough get.
where was the tough get? You asked, you got a yes. That's the only tough part is getting you to ask and not tell people that you're asking and being censored when it's not happening. It's unfortunate because, again,
It is unfortunate.
We've gone this long, and now here we are, election year, and it's predictable, and that's a problem. It's unnecessary, but predictable. It's unnecessary, and it's just false to make the claims. I mean, you have 4 other members up here that are working just as hard as anybody else, and the last thing you do is you go and tell somebody that your other 4 members don't care, and so.
No, I never said the other 4 members don't care.
So
I
we'll
said
have
I've
the
asked for
facilities-
things on the agenda.
We will have the facilities thing on the agenda for your update. So I take it you're okay though with the custodial because that, I'm not gonna leave that one there. You told that individual that nobody else agreed with you on how the cleaning of the high school was being handled. Do you have any
You know what, I'd
suggestions
like
or
you to
requests?
show me where I said that, please.
I did, I actually
I
sent it
would
to,
like you
I
to
sent it to
show
all
me
of
where
you.
it said it.
I sent it to all of you.
I
So-
didn't see it.
So we're good, I guess, with the high school approach. Action items, sorry. Mr. Clerk.
Action items, number 1, consider and vote to approve bill list.
Have any questions, discussion, or a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ezanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, consider and vote to approve contract for Martin Middle School principal and.
Did she leave?
Yes.
Oh, hope she's watching.
So do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Ms. Ezanero to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consider a vote to approve naming of the high school stadium Townie Stadium, first passage.
Through Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table this item.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
If I could just clarify, so this is a first passage, right? And there'd still need to be a second passage regardless, meaning there would have to be, next month's meeting, we'd have to do the final passage. So this isn't a definite, regardless of what happens.
Correct. A motion to table. Hearing none. Motion dies. Any other motion?
Is there anything regarding the policy that needs to be discussed, or are we all in agreement?
I don't think we can change the policy at this time. We can put it on the agenda to name it, to change the policy, and then we would have to go and change the policy. You have to come up with what you want and then bring it forward.
So hearing no motion, that item dies. Item 4. I'm sorry.
We didn't vote.
I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve the naming of the high school stadium, Townie Stadium. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second by Ms. O'Shane.
Do you want a roll call vote?
Take a roll call vote on that one. Darren?
Yeah. Sure. She said yes. She's got to do it, right?
I'm sorry?
Yes. Roll call vote. Aye.
Aye.
She said aye.
I can't hear what,
I can't, yeah. I didn't hear.
Ms. Sazanaro? Aye.
Me?
Mr. Chonas?
nay.
Mr. Brandel?
Aye.
Mr. Montero?
Aye, first passage. First passage passes 4-1. Consider and vote to approve the administration of the 2022 Rhode Island Student Survey to grades 6 through 12 in the East Providence School District.
I'll make a motion to pass, but I just want to remind people that that's voluntary.
Motion to approve, there's been a motion by Ms. Beauchene. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sazanaro. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have, Mr. Enos is coming down. Thank you. Consider a vote to approve. We have AI3 invoices, Peregrine invoices, Gilbane, Stephen Turner, Thausch Construction, FF&E. So basically, up through item 11.
Got it.
5 through 11.
Thank you.
Enos, please. Thank you.
AI3 Basic Services for February 2022, $29,484.68. Gilbane Building Company, $1,237,605.90. Peregrine Group LLC, $59,000. Stephen Turner Inc., $6,007.48. Thausch Engineering, $310, for a total of construction invoices for $1,332,408.06. Moving on to furniture, fixtures, and equipment, AWT, $1,004.51. Kittredge, $3,832.64. Midwest Technology, $1,816.27. Monitor Equipment, $4,609. New England Golf Carts, $12,466.20. Next Gen, $5,799. Roberts Musical Instruments, $10,234. Sergeant Welch, $7,317.21. School furnishings, $5,564.88. WB Mason, $70,601. And then the East Providence School Department, a reimbursement that comes back to us for $24,477.59 for a total of $147,722.30.
And each of these were vetted and approved by the building committee last night. Is there a motion? Motion by Ms. Boshane.
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Next we have consider vote to approve the establishment of the esports club.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brando. Do we have a
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consider vote to approve technology to e-recycle. You want to speak to that, please, Mr. Russell?
Good evening. So for those who haven't been through this, it's a pretty regular process for us. When we have aging technology in the district, we have to go through you guys. We give you guys all the information about what we're retiring for your approval, and then we bring it out to get bids for value, and then it's just a highest value bid that we take for anything that has value left. A lot of the technology that we retire has been in the district for 7+ years, which is pretty much zero value at that point, and we work with certified vendors who will recycle that for us at zero cost if it has no value. So that's just what you have in front of you. Let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Boshane. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consider vote to approve the amended 2022-23 school calendar.
We had to make a change. We had to make a change. Our vacation was a week later than what RIDE had put out. So most of the schools had gone with RIDE. So they asked those of us that had taken the week later, which Monday was Patriots Day, to please choose the week that RIDE had put out. It'd make it easier for our parents. You know, different school districts, they have children in other districts. So we just moved the week up, all right? And RIDE also gave us one professional development day to count towards 180 days. Last year they gave us 4, this year they only gave us 1. So we had to add that in and add a day to the end of the calendar.
Can I get a copy of that? The new one?
Yeah.
I don't have, I think mine's online
Okay.
and I don't have it.
Any questions,
Okay.
comments?
Do we do what all districts do? No. No, we don't.
Do you have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is public comments, 2 non-agenda items.
Mr. Cahoon, is he still in the room? I'm sorry.
Fast, do this fast. I meant to sign up earlier, but I think I signed up for the wrong public comment. We don't have 2 public comments, so, you know, I'm out of practice. First of all, I just want to give my condolences to the Barilla family. I want to say thank you to Peter for, if you talk about a guy who but gave his service to this department for years and never asked for anything in return. I mean, my grandfather used to say that guy wouldn't say crap if he had a mouthful, and that was Peter Barilla. So thank you, Peter. Thank you to his family, and we're all thinking of you. Kathy, congratulations on the culmination of a distinctive career, and certainly, no, it's not over yet, but you want to talk about how far we came. I mean, 6-7 years ago, we're giving away turf back here for $1 a year, and now people want things named for them. So, I mean, I guess that's progress. So, thank you for everything that you've done, truly. Jessica, I thought through this scenario in 100 different ways, and I couldn't come up with a better solution than what you proposed. I understand the feelings of those who are very supportive of what Coach Stringfellow did for this district, this community, which was substantial and is worthy of remembering. And I also understand the contributions by Coach Gorham and Coach Deffley and any number of athletes like Jamie Silva and Ben Sears and Quinn Brito and Buddy Rogers, who were extraordinarily impactful to the athletic program here at the high school. And Joel brought up the Yankees earlier, right? I mean, this might be the one thing that the Yankees and the Red Sox agree on. You got Yankee Stadium, you got Fenway Park, right? How do you choose between Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Casey Stengel, Ted Williams? You can't. So I sort of feel like a nod to one is a jab at the others. And to Joel's point, I don't think we ever need any kind of workshop with people fighting it out. That is not what this space is about. It is not what this place is about. And certainly we need to find a way, I think, to properly honor those who elevated this community. But I think we need to think more about that. Finally, the last thing I will say is, if you're not a townie, I'm not. And let anybody make that assertion again. Every time I look at my kid on the wrestling team in middle school and trying out for baseball, I know that that is because of you. And that contribution goes beyond any nonsense to the contrary. So don't listen to that crap, and there's going to be more crap in the coming year. Shut it out. You're a townie as much as I am. Thank you, everybody, for sitting through this. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Nick. Announcements. Sorry, I keep doing that to you.
Oh, it's okay. Announcements.
Yeah, oh geez. Well, you know what? It's fitting, right? That the night that you announce a retirement, we're here till 11 o'clock.
You know, maybe on the agenda next time, Nate can start. And also, maybe we could put the time limit back on to these meetings with the curfews.
Okay. And with that, I pray to the gods of politics that they allow us to continue to function and focus on the kids and not worrying about who's getting the next vote. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Mr. Brandel.
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.